You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, Business Day's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in Business Day is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Culinary Delights was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's the price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you. My name is Nike Alao. I'm the Chief Research Officer at BusinessDay Intelligence. BusinessDay Intelligence is a full-service market research and data company. We offer tailored services for strategic planning and decision making. So helping businesses to make informed decisions that would boost their bottom line and
This is the Business Day television broadcast. This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I'm traveling to Enugu State.
Enugu State?
Yeah.
So I want to know the price from Lagos to Enugu.
From Lagos to Enugu now, when I bought ticket, Lagos to Enugu 55,000 this morning.
Wow, 55,000?
Yes.
Compared to last year, I think it's very expensive because I know
No, last year is not expensive. Last year is I bought ticket last year 35. And I'm so surprised when I come out this morning, they told me it's 55. I'm so shocked. Okay. So why I bought the ticket that if you check flight itself, I used to enter flight, but when I check flight, you know say flight is very expensive than bus. That's why I just bought the ticket to follow land. But if I say I should follow flight, it's about 270,000. So that's why I just follow the bus.
I want to know exactly why you are traveling, considering the economic challenges and the price of traveling.
Actually, this is December. I'm traveling with my family to go home. I have a lot of occasion to go. I know this December period. So I can't say because of money, I will not go to my occasion. I want to go and for the village. That's why I'm going this year. If it's more than this price, I will still try because I have an apartment in village. That's why I'm going. Not maybe I just go to go village just like that.
Traveling to Imo State to Owerri.
How much is the price from Lagos to Owerri?
Currently, I bought 52,000. I'm not traveling for the celebration. I'm going for burial. I just see most people, their parents or their families in the village, and December time is festive period, so they use it as opportunity to go and see their parents. At least once in a year is not a bad one. Actually, I am traveling because of Christmas. You know, it's almost at hand. So I want to go home because, I've been in Lagos for like almost a year. And I want to go home to see my mom, my siblings, and everyone. No, Christmas makes more sense when you spend with your family and loved ones, other than maybe your colleague or strangers you don't know. So I just wish to go home and, have a good time.
So I know going to Christmas at this critical moment of the economy, I know you spend much. So how do you plan to spend considering the state of the economy?
I don't really care much about that because, Christmas comes once in a year. So you just have to, I'm not saying you should spend without thinking. I'm just saying that you should just try to give it your all. And, just make everyone happy, your family members, because at the end of the day, that's what matters.
Well, thank God for everything. This year, people tried. Even that the transport is so high. But thank God, many people travel this year.
The staff of this company,
yeah.
What can you say that is driving the price? I think last year was like something thousand,
yeah.
And this year, to my surprise, they're saying that from here to Owerri is
45,000.
45 from I'm saying 52.
Yeah, 50. Sienna 50.
Sienna 50.
Yes, bus is 40.
Bus is 40.
Yeah, 45.
So what's driving the cost?
The fuel price is so cost. Because last year is 700 naira per liter.
Well, on the foreign scene, Ghana's Supreme Court has unanimously decided to dismiss 2 legal challenges to new anti-LGBT legislation that has been criticized by rights groups. Earlier this year, lawmakers passed a bill imposing 3 years in prison for people identifying as LGBT and 5 years for forming or funding LGBT groups. Fear and uncertainty has gripped Ghana's LGBT community, already facing limited rights. The bill, considered one of Africa's most draconian anti-LGBT laws, has been condemned by the UN. Amanda Odoi and Richard Delasky filed separate challenges to the bill to declare it illegal and prevent President Nana Akufo-Addo from signing it into law. President Nana Akufo-Addo delayed signing it following the challenges to the bill. He said he would wait for the Supreme Court's decision. But after several months of consideration, the judges said the case couldn't be reviewed until the president had signed it into law. Asia's SCG Far East has acquired a major stake worth $5 billion in Masa Group, Africa's premier provider of high-quality, competitively priced consumer electronics. The deal will fortify Masa's ambition to expand its influence globally and cement its role as a pioneering force in Africa's rapidly evolving tech market. Through this acquisition, SCG aims to bring its extensive experience in capital to help Masa scale its innovation-driven products across global markets, bringing new vigor to both African and Asian markets. Pratik Suri, CEO of Masa, said the group has been a true catalyst in transforming the African electronics sector, noting that the partnership gives the organization an incredible opportunity to further its innovation. Masa Group has long been a leader in African electronics sector, offering an innovative range of products that have gained traction all across board. Now to sports. Tyson Fury claimed he was robbed after losing a unanimous decision to Alexander Usyk in their heavyweight world title rematch. Having beaten Fury by split decision in May to become the first undisputed heavyweight champion since Lennox Lewis, the Ukrainian retained his WBO, WBA and WBC titles on Saturday as all 3 judges scored the fight 116 to 112 in his favor. Fury, who was unbeaten in 35 professional fights before facing Usyk, celebrated as though he had won at the final bell and looked shocked as the scores were read out. Having chosen not to do an interview in the ring after the fight, Fury shared his immediate thoughts with some reporters as he made his way back to the dressing room, saying he was robbed there. To end the news, Fenerbahce manager Jose Mourinho has reportedly left Istanbul to undergo surgery for an unspecified health issue. Turkish journalist Yagis Sabunkolu broke the news, stating on X, noting that Jose Mourinho will leave Istanbul to undergo surgery abroad due to a health problem he is currently experiencing. The development comes a day after Fenerbahce were held to a 1-1 draw against Eyüpspor, a result that left Mourinho visibly frustrated on the touchline. The draw further dented the club's title hopes as they now trail fierce rivals Galatasaray by 5 points at the top of the Turkish Super League. Speaking after the match, the Portuguese tactician described the performance as a disaster, criticizing the game's quality and the frequent stoppages. Mourinho confirmed that his squad would be taking a break. Turkish football enters its winter recess, with Fenerbahce not set to return to action until January 5th. Despite the respite, Mourinho admitted that he is not looking forward to the downtime. The Breakfast Show continues after the break with top stories analysis. I am Bethel Olujabi. Do stay tuned.
Welcome to the Real Talk with Pam podcast, where authenticity meets conversations.
I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children and they don't know this, but if they see this podcast, they'll know, and gone back into my room and wept. Because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges, you are actually loving them. When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
Menopausal hormonal therapy, or HRT, is the last resort for many women. But lifestyle, no, don't smoke. Alcohol is terrible. You know, alcohol.
It's terrible?
Alcohol and smoking would increase your chances of breast cancer way more than HRT would.
Right. Oh, wow.
There are so many things out there. How many are you going to take?
What about
yeah. So many things you can take. But the problem is, you hear, oh, that one is good, you buy it. This one is good, and then you
end up having all these different things.
Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. This is Pamela Igbo. I am your host of Real Talk with Pam show.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogo, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself, in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Culinary Delights was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's the price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
Welcome to the Real Talk with Pam podcast, where authenticity meets conversations.
I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children, and they don't know this, but if they see this podcast, they'll know, and gone back into my room and wept. Because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges, you are actually loving them. When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
Menopausal hormonal therapy, or HRT, is the last resort for many women. But lifestyle, don't smoke. Alcohol is terrible. Alcohol.
It's terrible?
Alcohol and smoking would increase your chances of breast cancer way more than HRT would.
Right. Oh, wow.
There are so many things out there. How many are you going to take? Yeah.
What about yam?
Yeah. So many things you can take. But the problem is, you hear, that one is good, you buy it. This one is good. And then
they end up having all these different things. Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. This is Pamela Igbo. I am your host of Real Talk with Pam show.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
My name is Nike Alao. I'm the Chief Research Officer at BusinessDay Intelligence. BusinessDay Intelligence is a full-service market research and data company. We offer tailored services for strategic planning and decision making. So helping businesses to make informed decisions that would boost their bottom line and determine the marketing mix. We gather and analyze relevant data through ecosystem immersion, in-depth interviews, focus groups, and some of the other services we provide include consumer insights, feasibility studies. So whether you're trying to understand the market size and potential growth and the competitive landscape. In challenging economic times like this, which is the theme of the conference, I think it's crucial. It's paramount for leaders to display resilience, agility, and a digital mindset. And we at BusinessDay Intelligence provide that support by offering and delivering customized solutions that address those unique needs. So get on the rank of visionary leaders, and we'll help you on that journey to strategic growth.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business service of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, BusinessDay's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in BusinessDay is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book, I recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogun, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the
aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria, and yet everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
I'm traveling to Enugu State.
Enugu State?
Yeah.
So I want to know the price from Lagos to Enugu.
From Lagos to Enugu now, when I bought ticket, Lagos to Enugu, 55,000 this morning.
Wow, 55,000?
Yes.
Compared to last year, I think it's very expensive because I know
No, last year is not expensive. Last year is I bought ticket last year 35. And I'm so surprised when I come out this morning, they told me it's 55. I'm so shocked. Okay. So why I bought the ticket, that if you check flight itself, I used to enter flight, but when you check flight, you know say flight is very expensive than bus. That's why I just bought the ticket to follow land. But if I say I should follow flight, it's about 270,000. So that's why I just follow the bus.
I want to know exactly why you are traveling, considering the economic challenges and the price of traveling.
Actually, this is December. I'm traveling with my family to go home. I have a lot of occasion to go. I know this December period. So I can't say because of money, I will not go to my occasion I want to go and for the village. That's why I'm going this year. If more than this price, I will still try because I have an apartment in village. That's why I'm going. Now maybe I just to go village just like that.
Traveling to Imo State, Owerri.
Owerri. How much is the price from Lagos to Owerri?
Currently, I bought 52,000. I'm not traveling for the celebration. I'm going for burial. I just feel most people, their parents or their families in the village, and December time is festive period, so they use it as opportunity to go and see their parents. At least once in a year is not a bad one. Actually, I am traveling because of Christmas. You know, it's almost at hand. So I want to go home because, I mean, I've been in Lagos for like almost a year. And I want to go home to see my mom, my siblings, and everyone. You know, Christmas makes more sense when you spend it with your family and loved ones, other than maybe your colleague or strangers you don't know. So I just wish to go home and, you know, have a good time.
So I know going to Christmas at this critical moment of the economy, I know you spend much. So how do you plan to spend considering the state of the economy?
I don't really care much about that because, I mean, Christmas comes once in a year. So you just have to, you know, I'm not saying you should spend without thinking. I'm just saying that you should just try to give it your all. And, you know, just make everyone happy, your family members, because at the end of the day, that's what matters.
Well, thank God for everything. This year, people tried. Even that the transport is so high. But thank God, many people travel this year.
The staff of this company,
yeah.
What can you say that is driving the price? I think last year was like something thousand,
yeah.
And this year, to my surprise, they are saying that from here to Owerri is
45,000.
45 from I'm saying 52.
Yeah, 50. Sienna 50.
Sienna 50.
Yes, bus is 40.
Bus is 40.
Yeah, 45.
So what's
46.
driving the cost?
The fuel price is so cost because last year is 700 naira per liter, something like that, 700, 500. That is how they say liter. So, but now this 1,000 naira, I think, for this December, 1,000 something. So we think that maybe we can't see number of people here, but you can see that all the whole vehicle have moved.
So what was the transport fare from Lagos to Abuja?
3,100.
Personally, what's your inspiration?
Well, it's been like 2 years since I last saw some of my family members, so I just I decided that I needed to go to needed to travel this Christmas to spend time with them. Well, it's the prices are outrageous. I understand that a lot of people would want to travel, but due to the high price, they will not be able to afford it. So it's understandable.
The vehicle itself is very cost, and also the maintenance of this vehicle is also very cost. So for you, I go look at the cost of petrol. It's not the transport that is the concern. It's about the fuel problem. So when you buy a fuel about 100 and 1,300, then do you know how many liters it's going to lead you to Port Harcourt or Imo State? That is why the fare is very high. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Hi, my name is Michael Abiodun Thomas, Managing Director, CEO of United Capital Trustees, and I'm happy to be here.
Welcome to Bafia Awards. You've just won the Trustees Company of the Year. Why do you think that United Capital took away this award?
Okay, yeah, so I think over the years, and over 60 years precisely, we've demonstrated leadership in our industry, generally to private trust clients, to corporate clients, public clients, and also some nationals. And I think what we've done over the year is to evolve and to get better and in our services and the things that we do, which are just excellent things that we run generally across board. This award is coming as a testament to our resilience, our innovation, our ability to grow with our clients decades over decade and watch the evolving state of their businesses or their individual lives change before us. And we are happy to continue to do this.
Awesome. So when we talk about excellence in banking and financial sector, what do you think that every bank can learn from the United Capital?
Yeah, one of our mantras is above and beyond. That doing what you ought to do is not enough. Stretching yourself, going the extra mile for your clients, putting in the extra effort will yield positive results now and much, much later. It's a win-win both for yourself and the company, and more importantly, your stakeholders, your clients, your employees, your board members, everyone putting on the ground. That set of mindset, that same attitude to want to be the best and give the best are some of the things that we're happy to continue to demonstrate.
Any words for your customers who certainly we could say there's no bank, there's no company without its customers, its clients. Any words for your customers today?
Yeah, I mean, we are happy to do this with you. We are more than excited to provide the services to you. What do we promise? When the last quarter of 2024, we are repositioning ourselves for a more authentic customer experience kind of service, the kind of one that transcends your expectations in terms of what we deliver. And this is also going to be enabled by cutting-edge technologies, innovations, beautiful assemblies coming in on the ground. The best is yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
My name is Adedeji Adekoya, and I'm the head of capital markets of Iron Global Markets Limited.
I know it's a remarkable evening for you, having won the award for Innovative Deal Execution and Investor Relationship Mass Trade. So what does it mean for you, given that it only just started a couple of years ago at Iron Capital?
Thank you very much. Winning this award, it's something very, very, very precious to us at Iron Global. Like you mentioned, we are only about 2 years in existence, working in Nigeria capital market. And within that short space of time, we've been able to work with numerous clients in various sectors across the Nigeria capital market, insurance, banking, and what have you. So it means a lot to us. thanks to the promoter and MD of the company, Mr. Jubril Enakile, and the support of the board of directors. When we set out, we had that target of being one of the top 10 issuing houses in Nigeria. And within these 2 years, over the last 1 year, we can say we've achieved that. And we look forward to doing more.
What would be some of the milestones you would like to mention? Maybe the top 3 things you say will be the milestones or achievements you accomplished the last 2 years.
If you notice, just some few weeks ago, there was the domestic FG10 US dollar bond that was issued in the market. Ion Global was one of the 2 financial advisors to the DMO on that transaction. And it's a landmark transaction, unprecedented in Nigeria. We are talking of over 900 million US dollars that was raised in the domestic market. And we are very proud to have been an advisor to the federal government on that. And among that, we've also currently, if you notice the banking recapitalization that is ongoing, Ion Global is a co-lead issuing house to Fidelity Bank PLC, and a joint transaction of about 227 billion naira, which is ongoing, and we are proud to be part of that transaction. So those are the few transactions that we can say we've been part of within the short space of time.
Yeah, and what explains this rapid growth, if you like?
Like I mentioned, the vision of the promoter and the CEO, Jubril Enakile, and also the vision of the board. When we set out, we said we want to be the top 3 preferred financial advisor in the market. When clients are looking for advisors, when they are looking at number 1, 2, and 3, we want Ion Global to be part of it. So we've assembled a very small but very technical and experienced team. We walk around the cloud and we take our clients very, very, very serious. So we put our clients first to make sure that we've address all their financial needs. So with that at the back of our mind, we are able to deliver very good service to our clients.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. My name is Dele Adeyinka, the Chief Digital Officer at Polaris Bank. I'm the divisional head in charge of retail, digital, and transaction banking in Polaris Bank.
Very well. Welcome, Mr. Dele Adeyinka. How does it feel to be carting away the award for the Digital Bank of the Year, and as well as the Best Bank for MSMEs of the Year award for Polaris Bank?
Thank you very much. It's exciting for us, and I think I'd like to start by appreciating the organizers, BusinessDay conferences, for making this possible for the bank. The award in itself, the 2 awards, we're dedicating it to our major stakeholders, our board, management, and the customers who made this possible for us. And of course, a very dedicated set of staff who have worked over the years to make us recognized for this award, and also for ultimately getting awarded with these 2 beautiful awards. By the way, this is the 4th year we're getting these 2 set of awards in a row, and we're very grateful for being counted worthy, having gone through all the appraisal period, and finally getting awarded these beautiful awards.
Getting it for the 4th time in a year says a lot about what you are doing. I mean, if you're doing something consistently and you're getting award, the award you've gotten in the past years, is it also the award for the Digital Bank of the Year?
Correct.
So what do you think you're doing differently in the banking sector?
So I just think the bank, Polaris Bank, is dedicated to, 1, using technology to fight out there, to compete in the marketplace. We pride ourselves to be a leading digital bank in the industry. To serve these customers, we really know that the best we can do is to use technology to compete out there. There are several other indices with which we can compete, but as a bank, and being a retail bank for that matter, we decided to use technology to fight. And that is ascribed to the awards we are getting, both from the digital point of view and even for the MSMEs that we are also serving. So whether they are retail customers, whether they are corporate customers, and whether they are SME customers, we are out there to serve them. And we are diligently doing that in the market.
So how has Polaris Bank been able to navigate, especially in this time where it seems like the banks are sort of like a tussle between banks and the fintechs?
Yeah.
What is Polaris doing to stay relevant?
Okay, so the name of the game is not really to compete. The name of the game is for us to collaborate. So we're collaborating with the fintechs rather than competing with the fintechs. And we made a lot of our offerings available to the fintechs. we have a very strong, formidable sandbox today where we have made all our APIs available, and the fintechs are seeing us as the best bride and as a good partner to collaborate with, to serve their own customers by extension. And both our customers and their customers are getting the best of two worlds. So all of what banks and the deposit money banks are offering today, as well as fintechs, we are collaboratively offering that to our joint customers. And our customers are getting the best for this.
So what do you want to tell your customers who obviously they are a huge part of your success?
Of course, it's to appreciate our customers who have over the years stayed with the bank despite all the different changes, and to also congratulate them for making this possible, because without our customer, we wouldn't have been able to achieve all of this. So we're grateful for the customers, and we're encouraging them to stay glued with the bank. They've been benefiting, and will continue to give our super best in serving them and ultimately delivering the best return to our different shareholders and stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dele Ade, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So my name is Godslove Chinekwe. I am the creative director in Brave Achievers. There's been a lot of development in AI currently, and we felt that there was a need to, show the people, bring it to the people, and help people to understand that it's something they can also participate in. Demystify the concept of AI, and to let the people know how the other areas that AI can be used. And so this summit is a practical one where it's not just, we're not talking to the people, it's a doing summit where the participants are shown what is possible, and they are supposed to do it during the sessions, the class or the practicals or the labs. So that's what's different about this summit with other stuff. It's a practical session. By the time you come out of this session or these classes, you would know how to use these tools and achieve the intended purpose.
So when you say that it's a practical summit, what and these classes you are talking about, what are some of these classes that we've had at this summit that the participants have been able to attend?
So one of the popular ones is the film video production class, and also the advertising section. During the class, the students go through each class with examples and how-tos and practicals. So they're expected to follow what the teacher is showing, and they would participate, ask questions, and at the end of the class they will have a result similar to what the teacher is showing, which is unique, makes it different from what the typical stuff, and the feedback has been positive. People now believe they can do stuff. Obviously they need more practice, but as an initiation or as a start, it's been quite successful.
So as a facilitator, what would you say has been one of the greatest takeaway? I don't want to say the greatest because we've not had the final day, so I know there's still a lot more to even come. So far so good. What's one thing that you are even taking away?
I would say the people I've heard are driven. People want to learn. People understand that this AI buzz, it's here to stay. And there's a strong drive that I notice that people want to participate in it. They want to be represented in it. They want that diversity to show as well in AI. People want to participate, and they're eager. There's a lot of eagerness, I can say. I think it's not like AI solving it. It's about the people participating in it, because the idea of what people fear most of the time, they think it's going to take their jobs, it's going to disrupt everyone, everybody's going to lose their job. I think, but that's not the case. It just means that we need to participate to make our jobs better, or we need to get involved with AI or use AI as a tool so that we can do better at our work. I would say that's the problem it will solve. If the people start to use AI, they will get better at their job, they will get better at what they do, they will get better results. Yeah.
Welcome to the Real Talk with Pam podcast, where authenticity meets conversations.
I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children and they don't know this, but if they see this podcast, they'll know, and gone back into my room and wept. Because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges, you are actually loving them. When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
Menopausal hormonal therapy, or HRT, is the last resort for many women. But lifestyle, no, don't smoke. Alcohol is terrible. You know, alcohol.
It's terrible?
Alcohol and smoking will increase your chances of breast cancer way more than HRT would.
Right. Oh, wow.
There are so many things out there. How many are you going to take?
Yeah. What about
yeah. So many things you can take. But the problem is, you hear, oh, that one is good, you buy it. This one is good, and then
they end up having all these different things. Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. This is Pamela Igbo. I am your host of Real Talk with Pam show.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that
You are watching Business Day Television.
You're welcome back to BDTV. This is the top story analysis. My name is Zainab Aderomu. And of course, I'm not going to be doing this alone. I have with me an in-house analyst, Muhammad Akonji. Good morning.
Good morning, Zainab. Thank you very much for having me. How are you too?
I'm very well, thank you.
How
I
was the
hope you're
weekend?
very well and excited to do an analysis of the stories that we have this morning.
Quite excited. Thank you very much for having me here. Let's fire. I'm ready for this.
All right, amazing. Let's start with this story on the 2025 budget. Atiku is saying that the 2025 budget fails to address Nigeria's economic woes, and I believe he's talking about the fact that the budget, I think we talked about this
last week.
Yes, exactly.
So. Was
How
it last
wasn't
week?
it was reflecting the priorities of the government, but not necessarily the pains of Nigerians. But seeing that Atiku is the one saying this, it sounds a bit funny to me. What do you think about that?
Do you think it's funny? I don't think I will say it is funny, because also a Nigerian, and even though people will say there are levels to this, but it's expected, from every Nigerian. But the question we'll be able to ask is, if we do a kind of an X-raying of the budget and try to be able to go down to the nitty-gritty of it, maybe we would be able to assess whether truly it is reflecting a strategy to be able to taper off or ease off the pain on the people or not. Starting with Wednesday last week, initially, as at Monday last week, we thought the president would be making the presentation on Tuesday. But eventually it happened on Wednesday after, the Federal Executive Council meeting last week approved the budget. But the very first thing that was a bit shocking to me was that from the initial budget proposal, I think what was actually budgeted for as expenditure was 47.69 trillion. But when the president presented on Wednesday, we saw it going to about 49 trillion, and they were saying it's typographical error or things actually related to figures here and there that actually be able to create the problem. But that's first, maybe from that. And then the president touted the budget as a budget of a restoration budget. So if we look at it together with the 2024, which was part of their campaign mantra, renewed hope, and with the things associated with it. This budget is similar to like a pregnant woman who is going to be pregnant for 9 months and then will be delivered of the baby. So Nigerians should be able to see it as a period of a pain, a transitionary period that will herald better days ahead. But whether the better days ahead are there, I think the jury is still out there on that. But looking at the budget itself, we look at it very, very well. Article coming out and saying that the budget lacked the structural reform and the fiscal discipline to be able to confront Nigeria's economic challenges. I think those are the two key words I bring out from there. The structural challenges, structural reforms, and the fiscal discipline. We were able to take it from the fiscal discipline, fiscal reforms. So from the fiscal discipline, we're saying, so the budget has about 13 trillion as a deficit, equivalent to like about 4% of the GDP itself. 13 trillion, question, and I think we'll be able to ask is, how would that be financed? That's quite huge, no doubt about that. And given at the base level we are moving from the budget of the 2024 to that. So fiscal discipline, I think it was feeling, or it was actually thinking, government at this point in time should be thinking towards budget surplus, where government spends less than it actually be able to get in revenue. But I don't think that is possible at this point in time. I think the last time we had it was 1996.
Why is that not possible? Okay,
so because now we're trying to be able to stimulate growth. For you to stimulate growth, in the component of the GDP component, the CI, government spending, the G part, the economic model. So the GDP component or the Y component comprised of those four things: consumption from households, which is still the major drivers, the investment appetite, and then the government spending. The government spending is still at a very, very low ebb. And one strategy to be able to drive that growth that we're targeting, especially the $1 trillion target of an economy. Now, based on, we're expecting to be balanced, the rebasing by next year. If the rebasing is done, maybe we'll be going to about $500 billion. At the moment, we are about $300 to $320 billion in valuation. And government is an important agent that will drive that. So to drive it, government still need to be able to reflect and spend more to ensure that you elevate the economy and give that economy that elevation to be able to achieve that target. So countries that will be able to run budget surplus, maybe if you are trying to be able to dampen growth, but if you are trying to achieve the kind of growth strategy that we wanted to achieve, spending as much as possible is still needed. Now the question would be, so budget surplus may not be our strategy at this point in time to achieve that. That's exactly where I'm coming from. So budget deficit will be needed at least for the time being. Pending the time, maybe if you're actually getting closer towards that growth target, we might be able to achieve it. So that's why I feel like the fiscal discipline, the question therefore will be, is 13 trillion now what we needed as a deficit? If you compare the revenue profile and the expenditure pattern that we have in the budget, maybe that could actually be too lofty, 13 trillion. the government, the president, sorry, when he actually mentioned the critical sectors that will be the driver of this budget, infrastructure, defense, health, and education. And a lot of experts in these fields have actually commented that at least they are seeing record allocations to this segment. Record allocations. So defense is still, infrastructure, okay, defense, we're still lamenting about the poor state of the security in the nation. And if you ask the security forces, the experts in the field are still complaining lack of funding, improper funding coming to them is still a major challenge that they are facing. So together with infrastructure, we still have this infrastructure deficit that is still widening every now and then. In education, I'm sure it's a no-go area. A lot of people, the teachers, the personnel, in terms of funding, there are still challenges coming in those segments. So this segment, this sector alone, took a larger chunk of the 49 trillion that the president budgeted. And to be able to finance them, as we're clamoring, we needed to be able to allocate more, as the president has done. I mean, record level of allocations are done to them, even though, because it will still be funny that, look at defense, for example, that in the last 10 years, 10 to 15 years, defense has been taking a larger chunk of the budget. The report from MBS last week, even though the federal government is still debunking that, there were still reports maybe MBS system was hacked, show that kidnappers got 2.2 trillion. I'm sure you're very much aware of that, which is even higher than was allocated to defense alone. Of course, we have defense and security, the allocations. But defense alone was about 1.9, 1.7 billion, 1.7 trillion. And kidnappers got 2.2 trillion. You can see it's more like the new oxygen, the new oil, insecurity. So from the total budget, and from these kidnappers, from insecurity issues in the country, could be able to amount to that. Even though the total security and defense was about $3.6 billion, 3.6 trillion naira, sorry. But it means that more still needed to be done in the oil security. And that's why it is commendable that the government could allocate such an amount to defense. And coupled with what we expected to generate from revenue, we know very well the revenue base, even as conservative as the government can be. Because what I'm saying conservative, if you look at 2024 budget, the government budgeted $77 per barrel. And averagely, the year, I mean, prices of oil has actually averaged about $74.5. So next year, they are saying 75 for the 2025 estimates. So which is, I'm saying that is the major source of the revenue. So that alone, if you were to say $75 per barrel, multiplied by 2.06 million barrels that we're able to produce per day, that may not be enough to be able to finance the budget. So therefore there will be deficit. But the question is, how do we finance the deficit? Countries in the world, larger chunk, 90% of countries that presented their budget, presented budget deficit because growth is needed. A lot of growth that we've achieved pre-pandemic has been eaten off by the pandemic and the war level that's going on in the geopolitical uncertainties that we're actually going on. So deficit is needed. So Tatikul coming out and alleging, because I mean, and okay, should I say allege or criticizing this administration that they lack the structural reforms and fiscal discipline. Fiscal discipline, I think that's why I'm still having the challenge, because that amount of budget is still needed. Not against the backdrop of the devaluation of the naira.
He's specifically saying that this borrowing strategy mirrors the approach of previous administrations, resulting in rising public debt and exacerbating the attendant risk related to interest payments on
those loans,
exchange exposure. So I think we should talk a bit about the borrowing strategy really, because there's going to be a deficit of about 13 trillion. That's
13 trillion for this 2025.
That's really a large deficit gap, right? So what
so what I'm saying is, when IMF did their surveillance, and most of these credit rating agencies, they did their surveillance in terms of our debt profile, debt to GDP ratio. They will look at our credit ratings. I think these are two major yardsticks that we tend to see. Does a nation have the appetite to be able to take on more loans? Now, our debt to GDP ratio is far below the benchmark. It's about 45.6. So which means that we're not even be able to borrow up to that particular level. That's, I mean, that will actually be able to raise the red flag that no, we're actually overshooting it. So, yes, the major challenge with it, and that's why maybe the deficit there, the government needs to be able to come out and now tell us, will it majorly come from borrowing or from other sources? And that's why the government needs to be creative. That's why I'm coming in. Because he never really mentioned the deficit is there, that is going to come from borrowing. The president was trying to play very smart with that they're trying to do everything possible to unlock other revenue sources, which in years to come, if you look at the HEMTEF, in years to come, they're trying to be able to cut down on the deficit over the next 3 years. The government was actually raising something in that regard. And whether they can do that is another kettle of fish. Though we know very well borrowing will take a larger chunk. But what are they doing about taxes? Which is that's another ground. The government knew it has a lot on its hand to raise the tax level now. That's not possible now at this point in time. Raising the tax level, not raising the tax rate. But how about widening the tax net? Maybe bringing in more people.
That's why the tax reforms are
And you should be able to know the backlash and the back and forth. Look at the pushbacks that I've received. I think we're even push that to next year now. Because for now, even the National Assembly will still be able to meet, maybe just debate on the budget. The president has actually been able to put like a kind of a lien on it now for more consultations and the likes. So that's what the tax bill should do. But with the way, that's what I'm saying, with the way it is now, it's still hanging by the thread. So nobody knows the future of that. Maybe by the time the National Assembly will resume back next week, and then hopefully the Federal Executive Council and the executive would have done their consultation and come back to say, okay, let's see whether if this will fly. But at least for now, nothing much is coming from that regard. That is one. The other one, that could be another source, apart from oil. At least we're able to see that the oil, the era of going to 3 digits may not be there for now. I'm talking about 3-digit figures of $100, $120, $110. I don't think it's feasible at this point in time. Not on the backlog of this excess supply in the market. OPEC is even trying to be able to modulate the supply. So there is more supply in the market. So they are even struggling to maintain that price at $72 to $73. And that's why people have got $75 by next year when there will be more supply coming out. With Trump coming in January, some are saying, he's talking about more fracking and more supply. Let's keep supplying, baby. That's what he said. Keep supplying and supply the oil. So he's a climate change skeptic. He never believed in that. So he's going to be able to encourage more production, more oil being pumped out. So we expect the prices to really be able to modulate around that 70, maybe 75. OPEC could adopt some strategies with Russia and some of the non-OPEC members. So they needed to be able to unlock other sources. That's what I'm saying. So we look at taxes may not be possible. Borrowing, yes, we definitely have to be able to come around. So what are the other sources? Those borrowings, how can they achieve the borrowing from low credit agencies? Maybe that's another thing. Credit risk agencies. Interest rate, I meant to say. Credit rates agencies that can be able to give. And that's why the government would need to be able to look deeper. Borrowing will still play a role. But the question is, in the next 3 years down the line, next 4 years, in the medium term, how are we closing this deficit gap? I think that's what we should be looking forward to. So, I don't think we are, based on the benchmark we're looking at from last year. But the president was saying there that if we are able to ramp up all our revenue sources, we should be able to get there, hopefully. And then if we look at that in the next 3 years down the line, if we're able to close the deficit gap, I think this will just be a thing of the past, if that is the case. But borrowing, they've not really been able to release how much of that will be coming from borrowing. Half of the 13 trillion will be coming from borrowing. And that is structural reforms I think I was talking about, and the fiscal discipline. They've not really mentioned that. In the years and the days to come, and the month to come, we'll be able to get a portion of that 13 trillion that will come from borrowing, and how much of those deficits will also be able to come from other sources, maybe from low interest agencies, from development, because there will be deficits. You expect funding from development agencies like African Development Bank, from World Bank, who tend to be able to give loans even to as low as 0% sometimes. So apart from the multilateral credit agencies, the Paris Club, the London Club of this world, some of Goldman Sachs, some of these top investment banking firms that have investment portfolios that even triple or quadruple that of some nations. Yes, portion will come from there. So debt management office, we need to be able to release those to us for us to see. But that amount is needed. We needed to be able to achieve the $1 trillion and to achieve the goods target. In fact, analysts are even saying the amount is really not enough if you look at it in dollar value.
Okay, all right, amazing. Let's move on very quickly to this next story. Nigeria's inflation is seeing declining to 34.5%.
That's like, how many basis points is
December.
that?
That's, I don't know.
I think it's 34.6 now. 0.1.
Yes.
Okay.
So just 34.5%.
34.6.
I think that is still something,
of course,
in terms of how much people are actually experiencing at this point. And I want us to tie to this story. The food stampedes that have been happening recently.
For the weekend, over last week.
President Tinubu urging authorities to enforce strict crowd control and even cancel some events. I was on my way this morning and I saw a very large gathering of people at a particular church. It was a huge gathering. They were all fighting over food packs. So inflation declining, how would that happen? Because that needs to happen very quickly.
It needs to happen very quickly. I can't agree less with you over that. And so one of the highlights of the presidential presentation last week was that bold and ambitious target that inflation
will go down to
15.45%. I don't know. That's what it was. Okay, 15% to him. But if you look at the midterm expectation for 15.45%, I mean, it will take a magic wand. Because prices generally are very sticky downward, but they're very flexible upward. They go up easily, but to trend down. In fact, this morning, I think I was just hearing what MRS said, that price of petrol, for example, is I think 983 naira or thereabout. 935 naira. And they were saying, oh, that if you get rid of the filling stations that are not selling, please report it. That because what I'm saying there is, first, most of these filling stations, you tend to see immediate adjustment when prices go up. And they'll be telling you when you have periods like that, people say, I say I have hold stock. I still want to be able to offset. I know that, you'll be hearing things like, and you never hear that when prices go up. If they announce tomorrow, just as the next 1 hour, price is going to 1,059, nobody will be telling you, oh, I have hold stock. Let me wait to finish selling these, then let me sell it at the original price. But when it comes down to that, and that's exactly what I mean by prices being sticky downward, but very flexible going upward. I think I saw that too this morning, what you experienced. And first, my heart has to be able to go down to what event that happened last week. I mean, across the locations. And I saw that too at that gathering. And it was serious. In fact, somebody was, I think I just highlighted there, somebody called. I was saying, please quickly be coming down now to this job, blah, blah, blah. And then please, they are sharing this. And then I'll be able to imagine the throng of people. So inflation, so after Invest did the report, okay, saying maybe inflation will be able to come down by about 1%, I mean, about 25 basis points to 34.5% from 34.6. So 1 percentage point. On the back of course, the economic dynamics that they've seen, and then looking at exchange rate being stable, the food inflation as a major driver could actually look a bit stable according to them this month, maybe based on what their research report investigated, and then given the normalization of the exchange rate, hopefully the exchange rate normalizes and then put up downward pressure, and then given the reduction in the price of crude oil and the price of petrol, so they are seeing that as the dynamics, as the factors that are likely going to be able to moderate the price to be able to remain at that 34.5%. So, but whether that will be the case, I'm sure it is our ambitious goal for us to achieve that target.
Even by 25 basis points, because I was still going to ask you how we can make it much more larger than 25 basis points.
Maybe it's a December report. So we're expecting December inflation to come by January. The November inflation, at least we've seen it, and so maybe we will likely be able to get that, and I think that is quite conservative and that's moderate enough than to be able to predict a very huge downward spiral and say that a bit. So that's still moderate enough. In fact, based on my own expectation and from analysis that I've done, I was actually thinking like around going back to about 33%. Because of some of those dynamics that I just mentioned, we're expecting dry season harvest to be able to start. This cuts in fuel prices that we're seeing right now, the cut in the fuel prices could at least be able to go down, tailor down. I mean, take an effect on other goods. We all know how energy costs play very, very vital role in the prices of other items. But what my worry is, and that's what I started with, is the behavioral factors. Human factors, prices sticky upward. When it is with all these dynamics that we're seeing, dry season harvest coming, energy costs going down. The government also opening up further strategic reserves because of the month of December and other things. Expectedly, it should be able to take an effect, rub off on inflation. So whether that will now be the case, that's where the behavioral factor comes in. Talking about human beings. So the marketers themselves telling you, oh, I bought this stock at this price, so I have to sell it before I can revert to the old price. The woman too selling in the market, because this inflationary drive has to be a concerted effort. As much as we'll be able to lay it at the feet of the government, we, the citizens to the other side of the spectrum, also have a role to play to ensure that if government give us some of this good news, let people feel the impact. Somebody was telling me this morning about the cost of travel in December. Despite what the government introduced, palliative measures in terms of, free train ride, in selected places, the government organized free buses, and people are taking advantage. People were telling me how costly it is to be able to travel. Despite all these initiatives, and just despite the initiative, the government, and the people are capitalizing, you are going to be able to do festival for us, nice celebratory Mona, and they're taking advantage of that to be able to do those. So that's why I feel like the government too needed to, we too needed to be able to play a role to help the government, because it is not in the interest of any government to allow an economy to actually be at this quagmire stage that it is. So they needed to feel like everything needed to be done to ensure that the economy is put back on the right pedestal. So whether the inflation comes there from that report of AfriInvest did that. If you check Economics Intelligence Unit, I think they even predicted about 35.2. From their own report, from Economics Intelligence Unit for that January. But AfriInvest felt most of all these dynamics could put it down rather than taking it up any further. But whether that is still the case, we hope that if this dynamic take effect, and most importantly, human-induced factors also be able to play its role, we should be able to see at least a comfortable, at least a downward slide, that at least we can feel like, I'm actually be able to get it. We're at least feeling the dividend or the impact of government on our lives. So, and to that, what happened? It was very, very sad.
Yeah, quite sad,
67
actually.
people. Very, very sad. The food stampede. It was Ibadan we heard initially. You see the crowd control. And that's just experience told me this morning. I didn't witness those. Ibadan they said it was a gathering of about 5,000 and 7,000 people. The one in Abuja, the one in Ukija, in Anambra, was like people deliberately march on others. So the crowd control, and that's why I'm also feeling like the way we manage things among ourselves. Somebody's on the floor and and they're telling you this thing will go around. You still see that urge among Nigerians to say, hey, let me quickly get myself,
Get more
than what your own share, what's actually expected of you. Thank you. And then in the process, people will not mind, march on people, do. So yes, measures need to be taken place. I think part of what we're going to be able to review, state government through their commissioners are now releasing guidelines, protocols for crowd controls, for palliative distributions, for food stamp to be distributed, to ensure that people follow through with this. Because maybe there are some tendencies for Nigerians not to be able to comply with others. So we need, maybe some laws will be needed to be able to checkmate that. It'll be strict to streamline people and whip people into line to ensure that, because these are good intentions. These are laudable intentions. People are really suffering. No one can be able to deny that. So if somebody out of their own hard-earned income could organize such, food sharing event, and then in the quest of seeking for your livelihood, eventually led to the terminal point. It's really, really saddening. And my heart and soul to those people who actually lost as a result of that. We actually wish their families, and then hopefully they would have had the fortitude to bear the loss.
Amen. All right, thank you very much for your in-depth analysis. That's what we can take the top story analysis.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for watching. We're going to be back very, very soon for the newspaper review. Don't go anywhere. I am Zainab Adiromu.
On behalf of our author, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. As a foundation. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day television.
Welcome to the Real Talk with Pam podcast, where authenticity meets conversations.
I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children, and they don't know this, but if they see this podcast, they'll know, and gone back into my room and wept. Because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges, you are actually loving them. When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
Menopausal hormonal therapy, or HRT, is the last resort for many women. But lifestyle, no, don't smoke. Alcohol is terrible. You know, alcohol.
It's terrible?
Alcohol and smoking would increase your chances of breast cancer way more than HRT would.
Right. Oh, wow.
There are so many things out there. How many are you going to take? Yeah.
What about yam?
Yeah. So many things you can take. But the problem is, you hear, oh, that one is good, you buy it. This one is good, and then you
They end up having all these different things. Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. This is Pamela Igbo. I am your host of Real Talk with Pam show.
You are watching Business Day Television.
You're welcome back to the newspaper review on BBTV. My name is Zainab Aderomu. And of course, I still have with me in here Muhammad Akwaji. Hello, Muhammad. It's great to be back.
Thank you very much for having me back.
All right, great. Let's start with the front page of the Punch. This particular story is one we were talking of, but I think we should do sort of an in-depth discussion on it. States list top conditions for palliative distribution. And, you know, understanding the things that have happened in different states from Anambra to Abuja. So different state governors have now come out to say that there are specific rules in place, just what we were talking about, having strict conditions for such kind of large gathering of people. And I think I saw the statement by the Lagos State government saying that you have to register with the Safety Commission. If you have to gather such amount of people, you have access to ambulances and, you know, first aid and all of those things. And the same has gone for other state governments as well. Do you really think that this is something that could, I mean, of course it's something that could, but what exactly, how
So
exactly do you think this would play out?
It's needed. But the question I was actually about in my mind was, were these in place before now, so that it won't sound as if they are reactive?
Yeah, we should have been proactive.
I know,
exactly.
been proactive, you know, to avert, because the report says 67 people died.
Yeah.
25 of them are children. I mean, that's massive. So that those numbers will not just become, I mean, those bodies will not just become just mere numbers on the pages of papers or blazoned on the pages of papers. So it's needed. I mean, those measures, because I mean, it was quite astonishing to me when I started out saying state commissioners of information, attorney generals of state now started reading guidelines, reading out, you know, rules to ensure crowd control, to ensure gatherings, especially if you have a gathering of more than 250 people, to ensure you register with commissions. And so I think that's my first point of worry. When that's just in existence, the Commissioner of Lagos, the Commissioner for Information in Lagos, said yes, it has actually been, but maybe it has not been fully effectuated yet by people, and then people just gather people together and then share foods to them. So starting with that event on Wednesday, as I said again, and then turning out to Thursday, and then what happened over the week on Friday, and then what we heard in Abuja on Sunday as well. And how people, because I think I saw one of the videos, while the gathering first, I mean, festive periods, you know, Christmas period, Salah period, you tend to have well-meaning Nigerians, you know, organize food sharing programs, you know, for people, and then give people, try to be able to give back. But maybe the numbers increased this year, perhaps.
Yeah, particularly
on the back of
the scale of what people are
economic
going
challenges
through. Yes,
that we're
exactly.
going. Maybe that could be because I mean, and then the resultant effects of the stampede that, you know, greeted this programs. So it became worrying to ask about how was it done, how were we doing it then, and maybe just the reason I cited was maybe on the back of the economic challenges. Maybe that could be the reason why we're having a large number of people trooping out. But at the same time, from the video I watched, somebody was actually telling someone, I said, what are you two doing here? Somebody was asking. That was, I think, in Abuja. And he was saying, it's not free food. You understand? There could be cases like that too. People jumping, trying to take advantage of the situation. And then that could also be the reason why we have such a large number. But state governments now coming up, with those strict enforcement of those rules now, to ensure in terms of safety ambulances at a very cheap price, to ensure that you provide exit routes for people, and then a well ventilated area, ensure you get the services of police, and in fact even the military needs will be, even though I never thought that would actually be needed. But with the way things are, might be, we might need to be able to get them as well, exactly, to give them. And then in fact, when they ever mention it to people that these food will go around, that's exactly my word. Because I was hearing them, that was the one in Abuja, I think. This thing will go around. And then you still see people still in that mad rush, or just like you said earlier, maybe trying to be able to collect more than your own fair share, or saying that, this will not get to me, and saying this will go around. We will ensure you want to go around. Just ensure we are orderly. So that disorderliness, that's disquietude amongst people when we have such a gathering, is what we needed to check. Because just like I mentioned earlier, while people are actually trying to be able to make ends meet and eventually die in the process, it's quite disheartening.
Yeah.
So coming up with this, I think it's quite good. So in that decisive action, for example, Lagos State government, in fact, made like a mandatory on individuals and registered agencies to register with state safety
you have
agencies,
to register your
to ensure that
event.
whenever you're having an event that's more than 250 people, okay, because so what will happen as well, because beyond that we have, I know of mosques, for example, that Fridays tend to be able to share things. Maybe the way they are doing it, we've never heard of this. Or so we will tell also those I know mosques that share bread, for example, every Fridays, share bread to people, and registered mosque every Fridays. And then the one I saw this morning as well, but maybe it was quite ordinary, because I saw the one of
and I don't particularly think that they were up to 250.
Okay.
Yes,
Because
I think it's in the numbers that the issue.
Because the number I saw in the morning was about 200 initially. I was there around 7 a.m. We started sharing around that time, and then you see the people that I saw outside trying to be able to. I said somebody was even calling someone,
of course,
saying just come down to this side, and the people trying to be able to flag down some of these tricycles and buses to take them back to their locations. I saw them with the transparent polythene bag that the packing of those things have. So maybe some people are actually doing it well, and then trying to be able to tell people to be organized, and then try to do it in this regard. So when Lagos State government, or Ondo State government, Cross River, Abia State, you start seeing rafts of government memos coming out that please, if you want to be able to do this. For some states, they said they devise some other strategy to ensure that they share it through local government. That is government anyway. Because that was what I was asked. That's I think Akwa Ibom saying. So their own distribution channel is to do it through villages and local government channels, and ensure that you don't have that large number of people
gathered in one
around, gathered in one place, and get to pick it up. But I think we needed to do more, and this also should be able to send signal to government that there is serious hunger in the
yeah.
Because just like I said, it's an annual thing. People gather people together to share things to them. But maybe the numbers is on the rise, unimaginable level this time around that we're seeing. And just like you said, that cannot be unconnected from the present economic reality that we are going through. So much needed to be done, and we still need to be able to do a whole lot, especially on the part of the government as well, to ease the burden on the people, to lighten the economic challenges that is weighing and bogging down people. Now we're talking about the proportion on food alone. It's pretty crazy. All of us are living witness to it. To be able to just say people that can afford to be able to buy a bag of rice can't. People that are buying that can afford to be able to buy a bucket of rice are struggling to be able to do that. I know the challenges. In fact, when my wife was actually telling me about how things are just spiked in the market, and those things are quite crazy. So actions are needed to be done as much as possible to really lighten this. So even though as much as possible, there could be, human people trying to be greedy, people trying to be able to take from things, but the reality is also staring us in the face. Yeah, the government has said it is not oblivious of it. It's not as if it's not aware, but what are you really doing to ensure people are taken out of poverty as soon as possible? So the effects, the 9-month pregnancy thing, I think we needed to be able to move away from that. I started telling people, started pointing people to the directions that, things are getting better and things will be able to get better as soon as possible.
Speaking of making things better as soon as possible, there's this particular story on the price of petrol coming down to 935 naira per liter. And this is being said by the regulatory body. So it means that we should see this reduction in price across different retailers, across different filling stations. So it means that Nigerians will now be able to, maybe not back to where we started from, because you've said it so much that we may not be able to go back to where we started from. But at least
what is 5 naira? I don't know.
At least
that'll be fair-fetched.
At least there is a reduction in price. But could you sort of point us to why exactly this is happening? Yeah.
Okay, so in fact, I think NPC is 925. I confirmed that this morning.
Yeah, and last week, Dangote Refinery mentioned that they're going to
899.
Yeah.
So they are selling to marketers, and the marketers from today said it will take effect. So I think it started from Dangote. Dangote announced that maybe in commemoration of the festive mood to allow Nigerians to be able to transit and journey from one location to the other. Okay, I think he cited that as a reason. Beyond the economics, I'm saying that is more beyond the social factors, social factors. I explained that. The economic dynamics have not been fully clear yet. So because NNPC, when they announced their run on Saturday, were saying they too also be able to announce two things on the back of the festive period and the coming on stream of our local refineries. Okay, that was what they cited. So maybe that could be the reason that is allowing them to, because they pushed their own to 925 naira at the pump. So invariably, they too should be able to be producing, cost of production should still be around that 900 naira too, just like what Dangote did. So maybe that could be the reason that explains this downward trend. But just like you said, we have not been able to return back, because I'm sure Nigerians are still saving. So last week, but maybe it will be good. Last week was it reduced by 20 naira initially. Now, I mean, this is quite massive again. It's 899 naira as a production cost, 935. So most filling stations started announcing as well that from today they were adjusting to 935 naira. But that would be the case. I still checked this morning at 7 a.m. when I was coming down here. Most of them are still displaying on their dashboard, 1,030, 1,000. But this is Hitman, which is the independent petrol marketers that regulate all the independent marketers, the marketers apart from the major marketers of Total, Mobile, and everything. So we want to believe that it should go round to all their members. But as I mentioned during the big story, during the top story analysis, prices in Nigeria are always very, very sticky when it comes to coming down. When I say very sticky, people are very rigid. And that's exactly my word. So Ipman has made these announcements. Are there regulatory measures in place? Are there monitoring mechanisms in place to go to filling stations and ensure that their members comply? Maybe if you go out there, I'm sure our journalists too in BusinessDay will also be able to go out and help us confirm whether they have in full compliance. But going by antecedent of Nigerians, of course, we know what is the usual trend. It will be very, very flexible upward. Little that now, even if anybody just cough, price has gone to this, everybody jump on that bandwagon. But when it comes down, I think that's the main question. But the economic dynamics could be, so we needed to sustain. So the major thing that was actually delaying the two refineries, I mean, talking about the whole and new, was the catalytic converter, and NPC confirmed that they got it last week. So which was a good news, because that is what will be able to allow you to move from blending facilities, blending masters to actual refining. Which is what because that's equipment, the engineers call it catalytic converter. So they said they got it, and that allowed them to be able to start production on that scale. So with those two coming on stream and base, they should be able to have enough enough to be able to flood the market, enough supply. So sustaining these will allow the price to be able to trend down. What the optimal price will be, at least now we're looking at the optimal price of foreign exchange because there's a little pressure. So we're saying that optimally, the medium term, for example, saying exchange rate should be 1,004, and the budget was 1,500, which is what we believe could be. Average price that financial derivative company, for example, we're trying to be able to do our own, did the optimal exchange rate of the last week, and they say it's about 1,150, which means that at 1,006, the naira appears a bit overvalued. Okay, even though the CBN is actually telling us that no, naira has been consistently undervalued at that rate, whether that is the case. But if they're saying, the president is saying 1,500, which is still quite reasonable, 1,500, but even the market at the NAFEM, at the NAFEX still close at that rate. So that is still quite reasonable. And so with that pressure easing off from that angle, the exchange rate from importation of crude oil, flooding the market from these two angles, that could put the pressure on that. So then coming down to the optimal price of petrol, which is exactly what we need to work out. What would that be? On the base of 185 naira we started with. I don't know where you're talking about, where you're coming from. I want to be there talking about where you're coming from, 185, right? Or that is Tinubu's regime. Or the 560 where we are coming from, that will still be able to take. Perhaps. What that will be, I've not been able to work it out yet. But 935 will still not be considered optimal by many Nigerians. I mean, that is just the reality. Many Nigerians will still not consider that as the optimal level. But what the optimal level would be, I think we still need analysts, economists, and chemical engineers to say how possible these, the economists and the financial analysts to still be able to put a figure to, okay, this is the production cost. If we add our markup to it, that is the markup of this amount, so give us 10% to allow for profit margin, this is what it should be. But whether it's 935, as I've said, or if it's 925, or say 935, as the market is closing out, we'll still wait till January and February to see. So if the festivities are over, one, and then the Dangote still try to maintain this price, which is good, and then try to be able to upgrade their production level from the 45% it is now, and then see if they can be able to still do more. The 650,000 barrels, let us forget, they are not doing that yet. So, and you're promising by the first quarter, they will at least be able to move to about 70% of production by then. So, these, we should be able to see better days ahead, hopefully. And that should at least be able to tell us should be able to give us an inkling as to what the market will eventually settle, the steady state of the market.
All right, amazing. Let's move now to business days. Let's move straight to the cartoon of the day, because I think that is something that we should be discussing, something really interesting. If you look at the cartoon of the day, you would see it looks like something out of a Nollywood movie. It looks something out of a Nollywood.
Out of.
Yeah, and it says here the National Fattening Assembly. And of course, this person looks like the Senate president, and also the Speaker of the House. And then you see different inscriptions on the wall saying, "Mass fattening growing. You cannot go back the weight you came. Nothing is too big for padding." There's also another one saying, "Nothing slims what we pad. And what we cannot pad does not exist." This person looks like the president. Okay, what padding cannot do, more padding can do. This person sitting has the budget 2025 as the tag, and then we can see 47.9 trillion naira written on the individual. And of course, the person standing behind, you can see the signature cap. It looks like the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And it just it speaks to many things, really. We can see she's fat, but I promise we will make her uncommonly fatter. So what do you think this is talking about? I have a feeling, but I want you to do the exposition for us.
And then let me just write for you, and quite visible enough. Hey, so the uncommon governor, and I'm sure that's where the uncommon, we make it uncommonly fatter. And that is the former governor of.
And you know, when you were speaking about the initial amount of 47 trillion, and then he presented So it must have looked like, okay, there's something fishy going on here, but then they came out
So
to say that
they
it
said,
was...
okay, it was just it was just
typographical.
clerical errors.
Okay.
And they say it's like clerical and typo error. Fine, it can happen. Maybe voice of writing 47.9, 49.7, the person wrote 47.9. Okay, maybe you can be able to like take out figures. But that was exactly what the president presented, and then the Ministry of Finance eventually clarified that it's 49.7. That the figures that were bandied around that was 47.9 was typographical. But even as at this, by the time the debate started, it's expected that the National Assembly will do their padding. Argument has been, is it legal or is it illegal? But appropriation bill, that's what it says, an appropriation bill, which is expected to pass through their house, debate over it, adjust it, and then made their own input before it eventually went back to the president for assent.
So what are those inputs that they made?
Okay, so that's why they check it line by line. There are line items that they will check. It will be dissolved into committees, the committees that they have in the House, who will be able to look at it very well because of the oversight function. So that's why I started with saying the argument has been padding. Is it legal or is it illegal? The jury is still there. But constitutionally is provided for to allow them to be able to adjust the budget. So they cannot pad upward or pad it downward. So maybe because that's the word padding. So the padding the budget can actually be take off certain amounts, okay, the certain amount that they felt is not enough, constitutionally allowed. Because that's what they say is an appropriation bill. Go through them, check the market realities in line with them, and then try to be able to liaise with the executive to see if food is able to fly. So some, as I said, someone said it's illegal. How do you do that? And then is it legal? Is it illegal? I think the jury is still out there for the judge to be able to debate over that. So with what our in-house cartoonist are actually able to put here, she's fat enough, but to actually be able to make it uncommonly fatter. I think that's the key thing for me. That's the key thing for me there. So, because we have never seen them, we have never seen the National Assembly going down. I mean, trying to be able to take down,
trim something.
Trim it down. We've not seen that right from the Obasanjo's administration. It has been like a regular occurrence. So that's why maybe it can be uncommonly faster. But to what level would they go? They go 100 trillion? No, of course, I don't think so. So if you look at the previous administration, maybe they will just be able to, you see the amount will be in the range of having about between 5 and 8 trillion. 3 to 5 trillion. Sorry. And what they really had it to it. So maybe they might likely be able to do that. What I just said, is it legal? Is it illegal?
The jury is still out there. Thank you very much, Muhammad. This has been a very wonderful conversation. It has been insightful and also really analytical. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much. And my pleasure to be here.
Great.
Have a very good day.
All right. Thank you very much for watching the newspaper review. We'll be back with the top story analysis with Bethel Olujabi. I am Zainab Adiromu. Stay tuned.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, BusinessDay's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in BusinessDay is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website, which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Culinary Delights was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's the price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria, and yet everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
My name is Nike Alao. I'm the Chief Research Officer at BusinessDay Intelligence. BusinessDay Intelligence is a full-service market research and data company. We offer tailored services for strategic planning and decision-making. So helping businesses to make informed decisions that would boost their bottom line and determine the marketing mix. We gather and analyze relevant data through ecosystem immersion, in-depth interviews, focus groups, and some of the other services we provide include consumer insights, feasibility studies. So whether you're trying to understand the market size and potential growth and the competitive landscape. In challenging economic times like this, which is the theme of the conference, I think it's crucial. It's paramount for leaders to display resilience, agility, and a digital mindset. And we at BusinessDay Intelligence provide that support by offering and delivering customized solutions that address those unique needs. So get on the rank of visionary leaders, and we'll help you on that journey to strategic growth.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome. This is the Big Story segment on BDTV. I am Bethel Ulujobi, and our big story today is on details about the proposed Fly Nigeria Act and what to expect if the bill is passed into law. To give a little context, Nigeria's Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, under the supervision of Festus Keyamo, recently presented a proposed Fly Nigeria Act and related legislation aimed at bolstering indigenous flag carriers and creating a sustainable aviation industry. Speaking at a stakeholder engagement meeting in Abuja, Keyamo underscored the need for government to support the Nigerian airlines. He emphasized that the act would create a fair playing ground for Nigerian airlines and curb what he described as a global conspiracy against the growth of the African aviation industry. According to KMO, the Fly Nigeria Act will mandate that all air transportation funded by the government, including trips by government officials, contractors, grantees, and government properties, be carried out using Nigerian flag carriers. He likened the initiative to the Cabotage Act, which supports indigenous operators in the marine sector, and highlighted the urgent need to protect Nigeria's aviation market from external dominance. Well, joining me to discuss this in details is our in-house analyst, Ifoma Okeke Koriocha. Good morning. Well, how are you doing today?
I'm fine.
Thank you for joining us in the studio.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So, we're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about and its core objectives?
Okay, so the Fly Nigeria Act is supposed to be, it's not an act yet, so it's still on the proposal stage. So it's supposed to be, Fly Nigeria is supposed to encourage indigenous airlines. For instance, airlines that operate in Nigeria, like domestic carriers in Nigeria, public officials that are being bankrolled with public money. Maybe you're going on a trip and you're a public official or you're a minister, but you are being bankrolled with public money. You're supposed to patronize a Nigerian carrier. You're not supposed to patronize a foreign airline with foreign carrier. So if you are being bankrolled with public money, you're supposed to patronize a Nigerian carrier. But this act is still on the proposal stage, right? Like I said, it's not yet an act. We've had in the past where individuals have pushed for this act to come on board, but it's not been really, I don't know, the government has not really backed it up. And it's interesting that we have Keyamo, the current Minister of Aviation, you know, backing up this act and saying that he's going to go all out to ensure that this becomes an act. For now, he's just proposing it. For now, it needs to go to the National Assembly first for it to become a bill, and then for the president to now assent to it for it to be an act. But for now, it's still in proposal, and people are quite excited about it. You know, it's really, really going to encourage operators, local carriers, because some public officials would want to fly other foreign carriers. They have their reasons, but if there's a law that states that you cannot use public money to fly a foreign carrier, you'd see that it's going to boost local carriers, it's going to boost their operations, it's going to patronizing them is really going to be a great deal in the industry, and it will keep the money in-house. I hope you understand what I mean, keep the money in-house. You're not going to be spending dollars out, so we are going to have more resources. It's going to really, really grow the aviation sector.
So you mentioned that this has been in the works for quite some time.
Yeah.
What changed now? Why is it a priority right now?
So why it's a priority right now, I think it's just the Minister of Aviation that we have. I think for me, he's forward-looking. For me, local carriers is a priority for him. For me, I think he just wants to boost the sector, and he feels like this is one of the ways to do this. However, we have a challenge. We have a little challenge. Let's even look at it. Let's say we want to, this would now become an act. Where are the airlines to fly international routes? Let's be practical. The only airline that flies international now is Air Peace. We have about 13 airlines, but only Air Peace is flying international routes. And what are the routes? London and South Africa. Those are the active routes. However, the airline had started operations, had started flying other routes before, like we have Dubai, Tel Aviv, Israel, Jeddah, China, and Mumbai. But all these other routes have been suspended for one reason or the other. So you say you're trying to make something an act. Where are the airlines to even fly it, to even make this a reality? If we have more airlines, if we have more flag carriers, you know, on the skies, on the international skies, you'll be happy that, oh, when this thing comes on board, these are the people that will benefit. But who are the? It's just Air Peace really now. So, I mean, what's for me, first of all, what should be the big challenge is how to get more local carriers to fly international routes. Then we'll now have an act that encourages them to stay on the international routes.
Yeah, so you mentioned that the issue of local carriers, and it's interesting because it's the story mentions that KMO, there have been conversations about KMO dismissing the establishment of a national carrier, right? Like the Nigerian Airways, we all know what happened with that. So how do you think that how do you project this working out? Because there are many conversations about if this would go through. Do you think that this is a barrier to it being passed?
You mean not implementing, not having
the
not having a
unavailability
national carrier?
of national carriers?
You remember when I started, I said there are two things. We have a national carrier. A national carrier is owned by the government. And then flag carriers. Flag carriers are carriers that are domestic, but they are flying international routes.
And we only have one of them.
And then we only have one of them. So yes, it's a challenge, because when we had the Nigeria Airways back then, that was when this act really came on board, you know. Nigerian Airways, we went to London. Public officials, people who were elected, you know, had to fly Nigeria. They had no choice. That was when the act was really effective. But now there's no Nigerian Airways. There's no national carrier currently. What we just have are flag carriers. I mean, one flag carrier anyway, Airpeace, you know, that's doing this. So I think it's going to, like I said, it's going to constitute a huge challenge, because we need the carriers first of all, then the acts. If the act is there, there are no carriers to benefit from this act, then what's the need for the act?
And so, aside this issue, do you think there are some other challenges, systemic or political, that could hinder the implementation of this bill?
Definitely. So first of all, like I said, we need to have airlines fly international routes, but they are not flying. Why do you think they are not flying? There are challenges that impedes them. In the past, for instance, we had Arik go to London. I mean, I think Arik flew to New York or so. I'm not sure now. I have to check that. But they listed several factors that made that route not sustainable. You know, when you fly international route, there are this aeropolitics that countries do. They want to protect their own. So first of all, when you fly there, you're already a threat to them. I hope you knew, you followed the news when Airpeace went to London. This was frontal attacks, that you knew that this was attack from the authorities that be. They didn't want them to come because
on behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book, or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Thank you for staying with us and welcome back. This is the BDTV Breakfast Show and this is the Big Story Analysis. I'm Bethel Ulujabi and I'm still here with our in-house analyst, Ifoma Okeke Koriocha. And we've been talking about the proposed Nigerian Fly Nigeria Act, and we're talking about how the unavailability of some local carriers could hinder the proposed success of this. So I want to ask, shouldn't we focus on making sure that the carriers are available before we start talking about the act itself? Aren't we putting the cart before the horse?
Well, I would like to also toe that line. I think so. I think we have to first make the carriers available. Like I said, Epis is just the only carrier out of 13 local airlines that fly, that's active on international roads. So we need to first make these airlines viable enough for them to fly international routes. And, I know that there are challenges that are hindering these airlines from going international. Like I said when I started, aeropolitics. There's a global aeropolitics going on against African carriers. It's clear, it's glaring. And, whenever you want to go on a route, the first impose taxes. First of all, it's taxations. They impose on you. And at the end of the day, I know Epi sometimes I've cried out on how taxes that are imposed on his airline are even more than revenues generated on that route. So how do you want to succeed? For example, you're carrying a passenger, maybe a load factor of 200 passengers. I would give you maybe, let's say, 5 million naira or 6 million naira. And then only taxation is 5.5 million. And we're not talking about fuel, we're not talking about crew, we're not talking about maintenance, we're not talking about insurance. How do you want to succeed on that route? So already it's a killer. You can't survive on the route. So there's an aeropolitics that is going on. And I'm happy that Keyamu, with the launch of the earlier this year of Airpeace going to London, he fought for Airpeace. And he stood his ground and said, if anything you impose on Airpeace, we are also going to impose it on your airline. And so those guys had to step back a little, and that's why we see that Airpeace is still there. And we hope that it's going to be the route is going to be sustainable, because we've had airlines in the past go on that route. Medview, for example, said they were not treated well, and Medview had to also suspend, although Medview currently suspended operations both in Nigeria and, but that route was also a killer for them, because, you are operating the route and you're using almost all your revenues on that route. So I feel, first of all, Keyamu has to fight the aeropolitics. Fighting the aeropolitics may also lead to bilateral relations. For example, anything you impose on my airline, I will impose it on your airlines. If you do this to Airpeace, I do this to your airlines here. So I think when we are serious, we need to first be serious, and then we need to, before we now talk about some of these things. And also, apart from that, if Keyamu fights the aeropolitics outside, we also have the homegrown challenges that are here. Challenges of fuel, foreign exchange. Airlines collect money in Naira, but everything, as much as a nut in an airplane, is bought with foreign currencies. So how do you want to survive? Their analysis have been done over time to see how much is generated on an average Boeing 737, which we have in Nigeria. I mean, we have other airlines, but that's dominant in Nigeria, Boeing carrier, Boeing airplanes. So you see that they operate this airline and these airplanes, and according to them, with the average cost of tickets to be between 80 and maybe 120,000, they are not getting enough money. And you would want to really believe them, because when you look back, we have had in the last 25 to 30 years over 50 airlines going under. Why are they going under? So first of all, we need to also address the homegrown challenges. If airlines will go outside for international operations, they have to have the money. They have to have the support.
Yes.
If you don't have money to fight international politics, why are you going there? So that's why we have many airlines go there and die on the way. So some of the challenges are still there.
Very, very interesting. And how are people feeling about this? How are the experts feeling about this? What are stakeholders saying? Is there support for this, or are there some concerns?
So for the Fly Nigeria Act, of course, an average Nigerian should support it. Yes, an average Nigerian should support it. You let our money stay in house, But then, like I said, the concerns about not even having carriers to fly, it's where the problem is. We're excited. We want this. We want to see our airlines. How if Sirica had operated the Nigeria Air properly, and now we have Nigeria Air flying in London, going to US, going to New York, and then you as an average traveler, you are in New York. That's my country's flag carrier or my country's national carrier. Won't you be excited? You'll be excited. But then you go to other countries and you're looking at South African Airways, you're looking at Kenya Airways in London, in US, and you're asking, where is Nigeria? It's pathetic, and it's something we need to work towards. And the Fly Nigeria Act, perfect. But like I said, we are the carriers.
Do you see this act, the proposed bill, as a comprehensive move to benefit everyone, or do you anticipate it benefiting some sectors more or some particular regions more, considering the fact that some regions are the presence of international airports in some certain states?
Well, that's another thing altogether. But I think generally it's benefiting Nigeria as a whole. So let's also talk about presence of airports. I, for one, I may have some I may not agree totally that international airports should be everywhere in the country, because the truth is that we have many airports that are not viable. We have several airports in Nigeria today that we hardly even have an airplane operates there a day, or just one airplane that operates there in a day. So why build an airport where nobody is flying into that airport? So first of all, there are concerns about that. So first of all, we need to look at those concerns and not just build airports everywhere. First of all, you make those airports viable before you talk about, other things. Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Informa, for joining me on the show today. Fortunately, that's all the time we have. Thank you so much for your insight, and we hope to see you again next time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So thank you for joining us, viewer. Do stay with us. We'll be right back with more interesting episodes for you. I'm Bethel Olujobi. Same time, same station. Enjoy the rest of your day, and Merry Christmas.
Welcome to the Real Talk with Pam podcast, where authenticity meets conversations.
I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children, and they don't know this. But if they see this podcast, they'll know. And gone back into my room and wept. Because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges, you are actually loving them. When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
Menopausal hormonal therapy, or HRT, is the last resort for many women. But lifestyle, don't smoke. Alcohol is terrible. Alcohol.
It's terrible?
Alcohol and smoking would increase your chances of breast cancer way more than HRT would.
Right. Oh, wow.
There are so many things out there. How many are you going to take? Yeah.
What about yam?
Yeah. So many things you can take. But the problem is, you hear, that one is good, you buy it. This one is good. And then
they end up having all these different things. Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. This is Pamela Igbo. I am your host of Real Talk with Pam show.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book, or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. Thank you very much.
like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that within healthcare itself, in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria, and yet everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Thank you for joining the BDTV Breakfast Show today. Right about now, we'll be bringing you the exclusive report inside Emefiele's 188 billion naira estate covered by the BDTV crew in Abuja. Let's take a look.
Recently, BDTV, an arm of Business Day Media Limited, deployed 4 reporters and launched drones to track the massive 753 duplexes and apartments allegedly owned by Mr. Godwin Emefiele, former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. BDTV traced the sprawling estate through the use of locals, Google Map, and a motorbike rider with deep knowledge of the local Goma district, Abuja. The property located on Plot 109, Cadastral Zone C09, local Goma, Abuja, measures 150,462.86 square meters, which is about 150 hectares of land, according to a final forfeiture order obtained by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, from a Federal Capital Territory High Court in Abuja. Most of the buildings are still at the lintel level or header level. The 753 units of duplexes, each on 3 floors, has 4 bedrooms with boys' quarters. An Abuja-based quantity surveyor with over 40 years of professional practice and 20 years of practice in Abuja told BDT that the current value of each of the duplex is 250 million naira, while the entire estate is worth 188 billion 250 million naira. This is inclusive of the land. The quantity surveyor, who would not want to speak on camera, said the estate is 3 times the size of Akko, Godab, and Brains and Hammers estates in Life Camp district of Abuja. While our reporters could not reach anyone who knows when construction started on the estate, Works stopped in June 2023. Immediately, Emefiele was arrested by the Department of State Security Service, the DSS. Few people living in the neighborhood declined comments and could not give information on the construction company who built the structure. But BDTV learned that it was built by a big contractor. The buildings and the land, according to an affidavit sworn to by one Idi Musa, an agent of the EFCC at the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory Abuja, the property highlighted in Schedule A to the application of the said property recovered having been reasonably suspected to have been acquired with the proceeds of unlawful activities. On the 7th of September 2024, after investigations in banks and other relevant places, the property was located with the assistance of a surveyor from the Abuja Geographic Information System using search results and coordinates. The EFCC agents said upon locating the property and names of people associated with it, letters of investigation were sent to the relevant banks requesting for the opening packages of the said companies used in funding and developing the property. The land on which the property was built was initially located to Windermere Nigeria Limited on the 15th day of September 2010 for mass housing development, but the title of the land was later transferred to MG Property Limited via an executive deed of assignment. According to the EFCC, sometime in August 2021, said MG Properties transferred its title to HNY Business Global Limited. HNY Business Global Limited is also being investigated for acquiring one of the properties forfeited in the interim by the Federal High Court sitting in Lagos for the sum of 2,200 million naira from the Nigeria Minting and Printing Limited for and on behalf of the then Central Bank of Nigeria government. The monies used to purchase the land, according to the EFCC, were fraudulently procured by Mr. Emefiele and his cronies to disguise and conceal the unlawful origin of the funds used in acquisition of the properties. The EFCC said that in the course of the investigation, it was discovered that the former CBN governor negotiates kickbacks in return for allocation of foreign exchange to some companies which were in desperate need of foreign exchange for lawful and legitimate businesses. Emefiele, the EFCC document alleged, also funded the sprawling estate from kickbacks received from some contractors who were awarded contracts by the CBN during his tenure. The EFCC alleged that the head of litigation of a notable Taiwan bank ran errands for Mr. Emefiele, including the purchase and perfection of title documents located in highbrow areas of Lagos and Abuja. On the back of the conclusion of the investigation, the EFCC approached the Federal Capital Territory High Court, Abuja, presided by Honorable Justice Jude O. Onwegweze, seeking for final forfeiture of the said property. The court, prior to granting the final forfeiture order, gave a notice to any interested parties to appear before the court within 14 days in November 2024. With no one coming to claim the estate and its duplexes, the court granted the EFCC the order of final forfeiture. There have also been cases of alleged sleaze and embezzlement of public funds against Mr. Emefiele while in office, running into trillions of naira and millions of dollars. Although the total amount allegedly embezzled by Godwin Emefiele during his tenure as the Central Bank of Nigeria governor is not consolidated into a single figure across investigations, but here are key claims. Foreign deposits, £543.4 million, was allegedly slashed in fixed deposit accounts in the UK. Fraudulent cash withdrawals. $6.23 million was reportedly withdrawn shortly before the 2023 elections. Misuse of ways and means. Trillions of naira were involved, including irregular approvals and alleged padding of amounts by approximately 198.96 billion naira.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. As a foundation. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
I'm traveling to Enugu State.
Enugu State?
Yeah.
So I want to know the price from Lagos to Enugu.
From Lagos to Enugu now, when I bought ticket, Lagos to Enugu, 55,000 this morning.
Wow. 45,000.
Yes.
Compared to last year, I think it was very expensive because I know
No. Last year is not expensive. Last year is about, I bought here last year 35. And I'm so surprised when I come out this morning, they told me it's 55. I'm so shocked.
Okay.
So why I bought the ticket, that if you check flight itself, I used to enter flight, but when you check flight, you know say flight is very expensive than bus. That's why I just bought the ticket to follow land. But if I say I should follow flight, it's about 200 and something thousand. So that's why I just follow the bus.
I want to know exactly why you are traveling, considering the economic challenges and the price of traveling.
Actually, this is December. I'm traveling with my family to go home. I have a lot of occasion to go. I know this December period. So I can't say because of money, I will not go to my occasion I want to go and for the village. That's why I'm going this year. If it's more than this price, I will still try because I have an apartment in village. That's why I'm going. Now maybe I just go to go village just like that.
Traveling to Imo State, Owerri.
Owerri. How much is the price from Lagos to Owerri?
Currently, I bought 52,000. I'm not traveling for the celebration. I'm going for burial. I just feel most people, their parents or their families in the village, and December time is festive period, so they use it as opportunity to go and see their parents. At least once in a year is not a bad one.
Actually, I am traveling because of Christmas. You know, it's almost at hand. So I want to go home because, I've been in Lagos for like almost a year. And I want to go home to see my mom, my siblings, and everyone. No, Christmas makes more sense when you spend it with your family and loved ones, other than maybe your colleague or strangers you don't know. So I just wish to go home and, have a good time.
So I know going to Christmas at this critical moment of the economy, I know you spend much. So how do you plan to spend considering the state of the economy?
I don't really care much about that because, Christmas comes once in a year. So you just have to, I'm not saying you should spend without thinking. I'm just saying that you should just try to give it your all. And, just make everyone happy, your family members, because at the end of the day, that's what matters.
Well, thank God for everything. This year, people tried. Even that the transport is so high. But I thank God many people travel this year.
The staff of this company,
yeah.
What can you say that is driving the price? I think last year was like something thousand,
yeah.
And this year, to my surprise, they're saying that from here to Owerri is
45,000.
45 from, I'm saying 52.
Yeah, 50. Sienna 50.
Sienna 50.
Yes, bus is 40.
Bus is 40.
Yeah, 45.
So what's
40.
driving the cost?
The fuel price is so cost because last year is 700 naira per liter. Something like that, 700, 500, that is how they say later. So, but now, this 1,000 naira, I think, for this December, 1,000 something. So we'll think that maybe we can't see number of people here, but you can see that all the whole vehicle have moved.
So, what was the transport fare from Lagos to Abuja?
63,100.
Personally, what's your inspiration?
Well, it's been like 2 years since I last saw some of my family members, so I just I decided that I needed to travel this Christmas to spend time with them. Well, it's the prices are outrageous. I understand that a lot of people would want to travel, but due to the high price, they will not be able to afford it. So it's understandable.
The vehicle itself is very cost. And also the maintenance of this vehicle is also very cost. So for you, I go look at the cost of petrol. It's not the transporters is the concern. It's about the fuel problem. So when you buy a fuel about 100 and 1,300, then do you know how many liters it's going to lead you to Port Harcourt or Imo State? That is why the fare is very high. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Real Talk with Pam podcast, where authenticity meets conversations.
I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children, and they don't know this, but if they see this podcast, they'll know, and gone back into my room and wept. Because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges, you are actually loving them. When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
Menopausal hormonal therapy, or HRT, is the last resort for many women. But lifestyle, no, don't smoke. Alcohol is terrible. Alcohol.
It's terrible?
Alcohol and smoking would increase your chances of breast cancer way more than HRT would.
Right. Oh, wow.
There are so many things out there. How many are you going to take?
What about yam?
Yeah. So many things you can take. But the problem is, you hear, oh, that one is good, you buy it. This one is good. And then you
They end up having all these different things. Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. This is Pamela Igbo. I am your host of Real Talk with Pam show.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book, I recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria, and yet everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you're still in the lounge, we're waiting for you. We're waiting for you so that we can begin in earnest. If you're still having your tea, we're waiting for you. Please make your way to the hall and have your seats so that we can begin in earnest. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. If we could all just please settle down. Thank you very much for your time and, of course, for your esteemed presence. We sincerely appreciate you. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, stakeholders in the Nigerian healthcare sector, good morning. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you once again for your time, for your presence. We understand your very busy schedules, and of course, there are many different places that you could be other than this place, but you're here today, and we sincerely appreciate that. Thank you. You're warmly welcome to the launch of the report titled Frontline Health Facilities in Nigeria, written by Dr. Femi Olugbile in collaboration with BusinessDay Media. This event is intended to spotlight different many health facilities across Nigeria that are providing quality specialized health services. But beyond that, it's also to serve as a launchpad to catalyze important discussions on policy decisions, as well as the need for capacity building for healthcare services across Nigeria. Throughout the course of this event, ladies and gentlemen, from the opening remarks to the keynote speech, and of course to the panel session, I urge you to keep an open mind as we discuss Nigeria's journey to a world-class healthcare system. Are we really on track? Please keep an open mind. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Zainab Aderomu. I'm a business journalist at BusinessDay. And once again, I warmly welcome you to the launch of the healthcare facilities in Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you. Now, to kickstart this event, I'm going to be recognizing some of our guests who are in the house. I would recognize one person now, but of course, as the event goes by, I would be recognizing more special guests. Please join me as I recognize the esteemed presence of the Special Advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Health, Mrs. Kemi Oguyemi. All right, please also join me as I recognize the esteemed presence of the CEO of Marcel Ruth Cancer Center and Specialist Hospital, Mrs. Modukbe Elebute Odunsin. We also have with us the Chief Medical Director of the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Professor Adetokunbo Fabanwo. Oh, Fabanwo. Thank you for your presence, sir. We sincerely appreciate you. We also have with us the CEO of Iwosan Lagoon Hospital, Dr. Oluwatomi Kogo. I hope I got that correctly. Okay, all right, the MD. A round of applause, please. Welcome. We also have the Managing Director of St. Nicholas Hospital, Dr. Dakbo Majekodumi. You're most welcome, sir. We sincerely appreciate you. We also have the representative from St. Ives Hospital. All right, let's also welcome the representative from St. Ives Hospital. Please, if you could just signal your presence so that we can appreciate you. All right, please a round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. We also have the Country Director of Pharmacists Nigeria, Mrs. Injide Indili. A round of applause. You're most welcome, ma'am. Okay, let's also welcome the representatives from Association of Private Practitioners in Nigeria. All right, let's also welcome the representatives from the ANPM, that's the Association of Private Practitioners in Nigeria, please. If we could just see, thank you very much. Please a round of applause for you. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, if we have more special guests, we're going to be recognizing their esteemed presence because that's very important. But of course, to kickstart this event in earnest, we will be listening to the opening remarks / welcome address from the publisher of Business Day Media. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause, please let's welcome Mr. Frank Aibogun. We can make the applause louder than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Zainab. I think it was easy to call me Mr. Frank Aibogun because that's who I am. We struggled at the beginning when she addressed doctors as Mrs. And I said, okay, that's fine, because at Business Day we call everybody Mr. or Mrs. But when she then started with a professor, as I think she should have, I said, okay, that's fine. And then as she went on, she introduced doctor as well. So we're sorry for the omission. Ladies and gentlemen, let me join in welcoming you warmly to this morning's event and to offer a profuse apology for the delayed start. I understand traffic has been horrendous, and I think it's been so for a while. I'm not exactly sure whether we can use this as a proxy for measuring the health of the economy, because as tough as people say the economy has been, the rush for Christmas has also caught up with all of us, and I haven't seen any drop in pre-Christmas activity from last year. So perhaps when it's raining, it's probably just raining where you are. Others are probably experiencing the sunshine somewhere. But anyway, welcome, truly welcome. We have a very small task this morning, and it's to listen to some of you and then, of course, make a public presentation of the 2024 Health Facilities Report. We're very excited. And before I go on, because again, I noticed that my colleague had omitted the presence of Dr. Femi Olugbele and the wife. So let me just ask that they both take the applause. Femi has been writing for us for quite a while. When I was editor of the Vanguard in the 90s, he did a write for the Vanguard as well. And I was so grateful that he chose to move when we started Business Day. But that's not when I first met Dr. Olugbele. Soon after we got married in 1988, my wife developed some regular headache. And he then was working for Echo Hotel at the Echo Hospital. Because I'm in the hotel, maybe that's why I said Echo Hotel. And it was the I don't know whatever happened to the outlet they had in Surulere. And that was where I first met Dr. Olugbele. So this has been coming from way, way back. And I must thank you so much, Doctor, because my wife has been in good health ever since. Thank you very much. Thank you. We make the mistake of thinking that you just write very well. I think you do other things very well as well. Thank you, sir. We won't spend so much time. We will very briskly go through that which we have to do this morning. But let me just provide some perspective, some background to this. And I said to some of our guests who had come earlier that it is not in all sectors of the Nigerian society that we see good things happening. And in truth, it is not because you're here, you stakeholders in the health sector. I think there has been virtually all round great things happening in the health sector. I have an elderly friend who is very well endowed and very organized. If I ask him now about his travel for next year, he's bought all his tickets for next year. He's very organized. Late last year to early this year, two things happened. He had an emergency. To my greatest and pleasant surprise, he stayed here not only for the diagnosis, he also stayed here for the treatment. I wouldn't mention the hospitals. This fellow, if he had headache before, he wouldn't stay. Headache. The wife did surgery on both knees here in Lagos. It's a measure of the confidence that even those with means have in the improvement in the health sector in Nigeria. So I'd like to congratulate all of you for the great things that are happening truly. The facilities that are being opened, facilities that are being upgraded, the funding and the magnitude of funding that is going into healthcare in Nigeria, we indeed appreciate that work. And we see that as this happens, some people know and many others in Nigeria don't know. And one of the reasons why we are here this morning is to begin to catalyze the work that is required to put more light on the great things that are happening in the health sector, so we can begin to talk more about it, but also more importantly, in resource deployment, so we can show our priorities. I believe that the healthcare sector needs more patient capital than it is getting at the moment. So my hope is that government can not only talk about it, but government can, through policy formulation, actually redirect considerable amount of resources to fast-tracking the work that is already going on. And it's not just the money. We're also seeing groups that are helping to attract Nigerians from abroad who probably come in for just one case, deal with it, and they fly back. Or they come in for several cases, they deal with it and come back. Or come in and also serve different hospitals, they deal with it and they go back. All of this, in my view, will get Nigeria to the point where we do not only think about conserving foreign exchange that is today spent on the so-called health tourism, but we then become recipient of health tourism dollars as well. Now, we have over several months with the leadership of Dr. Olugbile worked on this report, which we will be showcasing at some point later. It is the culmination of the work of a number of people, including some of my colleagues who are not here this morning. We are indeed very proud of the work that Dr. Olugbile has led. And I'm sure when you get your hand on a copy of the report later, you will acknowledge that work, excellent work that has gone on. My task this morning truly is to welcome you all, and I welcome you warmly once again, and to offer Business Day's hand in partnership. We seek to indeed engage with sectors to better understand the dynamics and how the trends are evolving. We seek to understand their needs in terms of what the priorities should be in our coverage. And we want to believe that we would have great health facilities that are great not just in the quality of the service offered, but are also great as healthy, prosperous businesses as well. It's so important that that is the case if we want to have a sustainable healthcare sector. And so our desire would be to see that some of the pain, needless pain that is, I don't have a problem if you're a doctor and you're in the middle of the night and they call you to come and perform a surgery. That pain you have to take, that's the job. But the needless pain of driving to the hospital and then the policeman stops you and is delaying you, and then you get there, there's no light, you're asking them to put on the generator, and you're now thinking of how much a liter of diesel is before you think of the patient that you have come to see. Those are the kind of pains that we think we need to work to take out. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and I need to let you know that this event is being streamed live on Business Day Television via our YouTube channel. I hope we have a great time this morning. And let me end by welcoming very warmly the Special Assistant on Health Care to Mr. Governor. Thank you so much, Madam Kemi. Let's enjoy ourselves. I'm sure some of you will be meeting some friends that you haven't met in a while. This opportunity provides this meeting provides that opportunity. But if there are questions, if there's anything, I'd like to meet as many of you who are here as possible. So truly, the partnership we seek, we can get going with it. Once again, welcome, and I pledge we won't be keeping you for too long this morning. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir. That was the publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Igbogun. Another round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Next, we'll be moving to a most important aspect of today's event, which is the keynote speech. And our keynote speaker is also the author of the report, of course, in collaboration with Business Day. He's a seasoned health administrator and a prolific essayist. He's also the CEO of Synthesis Consultants. Dr. Femi Olugbile has served as a permanent secretary to the Lagos State Ministry of Health from 2010 to 2014, and also as the chief medical director of the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital from 2001 to 2010. He has authored 7 groundbreaking books ranging across different topics from health to fiction, and has published in many reputable academic journals. Dr. Femi Olugbile is also a columnist with Business Day. With a resounding applause, ladies and gentlemen, please let's make welcome Dr. Femi Olugbile. Let's keep clapping until he gets here. Let's keep clapping until he gets here. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I can't begin to tell you how delighted I am to be here this morning. But first of all, I would like to, as they say, stand on the existing protocol. Hopefully, it's a platform that will not shake or crumble, because it's been established by somebody, a man of several competencies, including public speaking, but also innovative publishing, okay, that took him from the innovative publishing and journalism that took him from the vanguard stable to establish his own niche and create a business-focused stable. But in standing on those protocols, I crave everybody's indulgence to recognize my special egmo here, the Ogbeni Oja of Ijebuland. That's Dr. S.F. Kuku. There's a self-preservative element to my choice of singling him out for recognition. I occasionally have to travel along the Ijebu route because I come from Ijebu-Igbo, and if you are not on good terms with the Ogbeni Oja, and Ogbeni Oja has nothing to do with Oja, it is really, but that's another story. You better be on the good side of Ogbeni Oja so I can travel safely and comfortably through that route. It comes also from a dynasty that is preeminent, the dynasty of the late and great Chief Kuku. I have a story about Chief Kuku, which I intended to clear with my mom, but I just want to put it out raw, just to show you how things swing occasionally in history and great historical events develop. I understand that when a lot of proselytizing was going on in that area, some Christian missionaries went to that zone and tried to proselytize and win converts. And there was one very, very powerful warlord whom I will not name, who felt an affinity to their message and was going to join them and take his followers, who numbered in the thousands, along with him. But there was one snag. Those people insisted that people should have only one wife. It was as part of their understanding of their doctrine. And that was a major issue. And they discussed it, they couldn't resolve it. Then another camp and another religion came immediately after. And I heard the same day or a few days after, that powerful warlord and trade leader with all of his huge numbers went to that other camp, and that has become the established religion of that preeminent clan in Ijebu land to the present day. As I've said, I put no names, and I will later try to verify my sources from the sources. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. I have a few words to say. It's not really a keynote address. I look on it more. What I've titled this as a question: why frontline health facilities in Nigeria? And it's really a question. So it's a question. The title of the book we are presenting is Frontline Health Facilities in Nigeria. So I'm asking, why is that title chosen, and why is there a necessity to even think along those lines at all? And I've tagged on to that a few exploratory notes on the book from the author. In April 2021, in collaboration with BusinessDay, we published a document titled The Business of Healthcare in Lagos, 20 Frontline Hospitals. The point of the exercise was twofold: to find out how durable and successful the healthcare industry was in the Lagos environment as a business prospect, what we called the business of medicine, and also to go beyond the glossy facades of hospitals and healthcare facilities and to attempt to look at what they were actually doing from a quality perspective and from the perspective of the users of the services. Inputs which we felt were critical and were often neglected in assessing or in evaluating or reporting about health facilities. This was at a time when Nigeria was trying to recover from the effects of a COVID-19 pandemic, which has stretched society's resources almost to breaking point. We selected facilities that enjoyed the highest public esteem or that were measured as top tier by regulators. We did a deep dive into each one, looking not just at their physical structures, but at the content and impact of their operations. One of the major things we looked for was the presence of a formal quality improvement structure and process, and or the possession of a formal quality accreditation from a certified accrediting body, whether local or international. The positive reception our publication got among the healthcare community and the impetus the exercise appeared to give towards increased incorporation of quality improvement into facility practice has led us to a decision to take the microscope of examination beyond the borders of Lagos State and attempt to focus it on the entirety of the Nigerian Federation. This time, the emphasis has been changed from hospitals to health facilities in order to accommodate a realistically expanded definition of the healthcare team, which nowadays includes hospitals, pharmacies, diagnostic facilities, ICT and engineering, social welfare, and various other stakeholders. It has proved a tough assignment, deploying a large team of field workers made up of journalists from BusinessDay stable in different zones of the country out at once. From an initial survey of user options and other criteria, a list of eligible facilities was compiled. These were visited and observed by the field staff and the chief executives interviewed. They filled out questionnaires which provided such details as history of the facility, scope of services, personnel and equipment, client feedback mechanisms, quality improvement structures and processes, if any, accreditation and development plans. The result of our work is the book that we are here to present. It is not an award system. It is not an effort to rank hospitals or to make any statements about who has the most specialized and expensive equipment for carrying out cutting-edge interventions in various areas, or which facilities have the 5-star hotel facilities, although we have come across a good number of such. While we establish the basics concerning quality accreditation, an increasing number of Nigerian facilities are getting quality accreditation or beginning the process, but a large number are yet to get the message, or at least a commitment towards continuous improvement with standardization and measurement in processes and practices. We look closely for relevance and impact of a facility on its area of location. Modern health facilities are sadly not evenly spread across the nation of Nigeria, nor are they likely to be in the foreseeable future, realistically. A previous president of this great nation once spoke of a desire to have 6 privately funded world-class hospitals, with one in each of the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria. This may not be feasible or operationally sustainable. In our view, our findings show that the most modern facilities tend to be clustered in urban areas, in specific areas such as Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt. But the absence of a glossy so-called world-class hospital from a zone is not always an incurable disadvantage, as it occasionally may inspire dynamic and determined health workers and administrators in a locality to drive a facility to rise and shine, and to provide excellent services to the public, to provide training for a wide range of residents in various specialties and get them to secure excellent results in their postgraduate studies, and as well as reaching down and providing supervision for the workers in their locality in their primary healthcare facilities. This creates confidence in staff and patients at the PHC level while reducing the traffic of unnecessary cases to the specialist hospitals. Such is the story that we found at the Dahatu Ahaf Specialist Hospital, the acronym DASH, in Lafia, Nasarawa State, which is among the 38 facilities that are highlighted in this book. Just as a point of history, shortly after our team discovered DASH, we received the news that it was to be taken over by the federal government and, in quotes, promoted to the status of a teaching hospital, providing a training environment for medical students from a nearby medical school. In effect, this unique hospital will be doing what it already has been doing for several years, hopefully with more personnel, equipment, and financial resources. So in punching above their weight, they achieved great relevance in their environment, great impact on the lives of the people, and beyond the gloss, without the gloss, they were doing what a good health facility a good modern health facility, we think, in this environment and this country should be doing. In the 90 or so pages of this book, we are taking a close look at selected medical and diagnostic facilities across Nigeria. Each one represents unique value for its environment, which should be easy for the reader to discern. They range from a PHC boosted to international recognition through a community-based health insurance scheme fostered by an oil major, to a general hospital providing sterling services under a unique public-private management arrangement with a private operator, and also to a private teaching hospital with cutting-edge resources, which is training neurosurgeons for Nigeria. I'm talking about a private neurosurgery teaching hospital. There are mega hospitals which are part of international chains. There is the first interventional cardiology unit in Nigeria, which is still waxing strong, and the country's largest cancer center, which is also a center for treatment, trials, and research in cancer. On the other hand, there is an expensively built and very well-equipped public hospital in one state, which the state obviously cannot afford to run at the level that will do justice to its installed capacity. And again, we feel that part of what an effort like this is meant to do is to highlight this. So we are not just highlighting actual successes, but potential within reach successes. This is not, that's why I say it's not a celebration. Sometimes it is a call to action. There is, of course, the country's first facility to receive JCI accreditation, the gold standard for quality. Crucial basic issues are discussed in the preamble. Nigeria needs an efficient system to garner accurate birth and death statistics. We do not have accurate birth and death statistics in 2024. And that is a terrible failure. We are not alone in it, so we can rationalize that we are not the worst in Africa. Well, that doesn't say anything. You can't really run good hospital practice or good healthcare at all when you don't know the numbers of people, of children that are born on a daily basis, where they are born and in what circumstances, and you don't know the number of people who die or why they die. There is a coronal system in Lagos. There is some vague effort at doing the necessaries also within the Nigerian Constitution. But I can tell you that even in Lagos, are supposed to be the outlier in the field. The observation of the coroner's requirements are in the breach more than in the implementation. Whatever estimates we have about causes of birth, causes of death, are guesstimates at best. Many people die due to mysterious causes. Many people die due to criminal causes that are never identified. And that, for a great nation like Nigeria, and for a nation that has reached the level that it has reached, both physically and aspirationally in terms of development of resources, it is something that we say, because all the requirements that we have to get these things are actually there. Take birth registration. People are, technically, everybody's supposed to be born in a hospital and they get documented there. The birth certificates are unfortunately not issued in the hospitals where they are born. But there's also another snag. Many of our births are not taking place in hospitals anyway. Now many of the people don't deliver attended by trained Professor Bafabawo's professional category has a name for them. They call them no, those are the people who birth them. that the basic requirement is that people should be attended by a trained birth attendant or a trained person, somebody who is officially trained. So many people are born who are not who don't fulfill that category, so they don't get into the system. People go to register their children maybe when they want to get services from the state, when they want to register them for children 5 years after they are for school, several years after they are born, or when they are offered sweeteners, or when UNICEF or some other agency offers sweeteners, and then the population, the people who work under the population commission in different offices, then go out into the marketplaces at Okeale and say, "Why register and it's a ragged process that does not even begin to approximate to the truth. And if that is Lagos, then you can imagine what is happening in the rest of the country. We need to capture this low-hanging fruit so that the high flyers that we have in this room and the entities that they represent can really fly with confidence. There are conversations in the book with experts on how to make compulsory health insurance effective in order to achieve universal health coverage. Technically, Nigeria now has compulsory health insurance is compulsory, just like it is compulsory in Lagos State. How to implement that and actually translate it into figures of people who are actually registered. Like in Rwanda, Rwanda has 90% compliance, 90% of the population of Rwanda have health insurance, no matter how basic it is. If we got anywhere near those numbers, these hospitals that we are celebrating will function much better. Because, first of all, they'll be doing numbers of clients. One of the things we discover in the book is that some people with high personnel and equipment resources get very little traffic. Maybe you are able to, there are people with there could be a unit with the competence to do 100 cases of X unique thing every week, and they get to do 5. Private sector participation in the business of health and the inevitability of Nigeria becoming a hub of medical tourism become crystal clear in the course of going through the book. We've been talking about it for several years. We are getting impressionistic accounts of people, just like the one given by the publisher about his friend who trusts the service and has benefited from it, and the wife has done knee replacements here. We are getting individual impressionistic accounts. We are going to, in very short order, begin to actually get numbers that show a trend, because that's where we are, that's where we are heading, and there's no going back. But some loose ends need to be tied up. At the end, a book like this can only skim the surface. As the saying goes, and as I'm sure you will say, more is left out than what is included. There's a lot of energy currently in the health sector of Nigeria. A few days ago, and outside of the reach of the information gathering for this book, the governor of Lagos State, and I'm happy the special advisor is here. I acknowledge you finally. Thank you. The governor of Lagos State did this turning of the sword, or was it, what is the ceremony called? Whatever. The groundbreaking for a project that has been in the works and in discussion in Lagos for over 10 years. And it's going to be a very major thing. Not just in terms of the numbers it's going to do, 140 beds, multi-specialty, and all of that. 20% of the people, of the patients, of the beds are going to be used for treating Lagosians free of charge. Okay, and high-end activities across the range of medical specialties will be done with the in-stock apartment. It's coming out. A report on it is coming out in my column on Friday, incidentally, in BusinessDay. So things are happening, and it takes a lot of confidence, both from the private sector and the government, for people to be doing that, despite all the cry about the economic difficulties Nigerians are having and the challenges, and the very real problem of how to get your money back. Dr. Wajekodumo, I'm sure, spends a lot of his money agitating about how to get money back from he has the largest, his hospital has the largest profile of successfully done renal transplants in I believe in West Africa, or maybe it's a larger, certainly in Nigeria, it's beyond the reach of Nigeria. And that activity costs in the millions of naira. But even he and his team could be doing more than they are doing. There's a barrier at the door, which is how will people access the funding? Yeah, the village people can contribute, the company can sponsor. But for everyone that is done, there are large numbers that are left undone and left to their own resources, maybe to waste away, to die, or whatever. So we have to match the size of our burden with the actual use of our capacity. And even that capacity that is still not sufficient to match our numbers is not fully utilized for economic reasons. And that reduces the sustainability of the high-end facilities themselves. So it works all the way around. If you are doing fewer cases or doing fewer interventions than you are equipped to do, your specialists are not as sharp as they should be, because they need that traffic to keep their, if you are doing open heart surgery, you need a certain number of cases to do to even keep your skills at an appropriate level. So if you are doing under those numbers, it's not economical for the entity, it's not good for you as a practitioner, it's not good for the society, because for everyone you are doing, hundreds of others are out in society and they are dying because they cannot access it. So we are all suffering because we need to do a few more things to integrate even the things that we already have, which are significant and which we are not where we started from. We are getting to be in a good place, and we should acknowledge that. And I think that is the point of this. We are not yet there, as in having arrived at a first world level, but we are not where we started from. We are in a good place, and we can only sustain ourselves there by pushing forward. At the end, a book like this, as I've said, can only skim the surface. I've talked about the medical back. Just a few weeks ago, I discovered that there's a unique facility in Lekki, which is an ultra-specialist reference hospital for sick, premature babies. That means we're having a facility that is dedicated just to prematurity, which is it looks like a small niche, but if you count, 600,000 babies are born in Lagos, by calculation, every year. Out of that, a significant percentage, especially because we now have a lot of IVF centers that are one of the fallout of having IVF practice, a rush of IVF practices in Nigeria, is that a large number of premature, multiple births are being born, and so a significant percentage of those are premature, and they need special facilities. So many of them die, unfortunately. Or many of them, you have 6 and 3 survive or something. So this hospital actually caters to the needs of those 3 that would have died. And it's very unique, and it's very hard to sustain if we do not tie the ends together. So you might hear next year that the place has closed down because of poor traffic. Not because there's no need, but because we have not integrated our services. There's plenty of space for building specialist centers around niche competencies to render unique services. An example of such a single specialty practice that is having tremendous impact is, for instance, Next Hematology Hospital, Surulere, which is also featured in this book, and which offers FRSs and other specialized services for patients with sickle cell diseases and hematological conditions. Tiny cottage, boutique place. But people come from all over, from the glossy centers, because it's a unique niche thing that they have honed the competencies and acquired the equipment and ability to do. Everyone may reach their own conclusion going forward after going through the 2024 iteration of our book. And the implication is that the picture will continue to change over the years as some new entities raise their game and as some new entrants come to disrupt the space. My own conclusion is that the future is very bright for Nigerian medicine, but a number of gaps need to be plugged, as I've said off the cuff, and a number of threads that are hanging loose need to be tied together so that we can have a coherent and functioning and sustainable system. So hospitals are not being established and then closing down or running down because they cannot afford the cost. You start off with 1,000 competencies and you whittle down to 50 because of the sustainability issue. It's a continuous exercise, and even the very fact of putting this out in the public space is meant to disrupt in a way and get people to start to think in a different direction. As I've said, it's not a rating system. It is not an award system. It's just a way of challenging. So when anybody comes along and says, I should be there, it's a challenge. And we are, as we go out, already by the very fact of calling this a 2024 report, it means quite possibly there will be 2025 or 2026. It's a process that we think should have a self-sustaining value of its own, and that represents value for the industry itself, because people can be still, okay, what are the things that are good? Quality, whatever, documentation, and it helps everybody in the end. I thank you for listening, and I wish everybody a very good morning.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the applause can be louder than that. Let's give Dr. Olugbile another round of applause. Thank you. You know, it's a thing to celebrate that there are healthcare facilities in Nigeria that actually provide specialized services and quality services at that. But it's also a call to action, like Dr. Olugbile mentioned, of how we can bridge the gaps that still exist within the healthcare sectors. And I believe that's why we are gathered here today, to discuss and also to find actionable solutions. So we'll be moving very quickly to the goodwill messages, but before we go into the goodwill messages, I'd like to recognize some of our special guests who joined us while he was delivering his address. Please, with a resounding applause, let's welcome the presence of Dr. Sonny Folorunso Kuku, a master physician and endocrinologist, a renowned scholar, and of course an administrator. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You're most welcome, sir. Let's also welcome the presence of the director of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority of the Lagos University Teaching Hospital Cancer Center, also representative of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria, Dr. Lillian Ekpo. You're most welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's also recognize the presence of the head of corporate services of the Eye Foundation Hospital, Mrs. Abimbola Olusoya. Apologies for that, Mr. Abimbola Olusoya. We also have the presence of the head of business development of Evercare Hospital, Lekki, Mr. Toyib Olatunji. You're most welcome. Let's also welcome the manager, marketing and communications of Evercare Hospital, Lekki, Mrs. Choma Enwereji Ogbongda. I hope I got that correctly. You're most welcome. And finally, Mrs. Olabisi Agbaje from Crown Hospital. You're most welcome. Thank you very much. We sincerely appreciate your esteemed presence. And now to the goodwill messages. I have the honor to welcome to the stage our first doctor to be delivering the goodwill message today, Dr. Sonny Folorunso Kuku, master physician, endocrinologist, and renowned scholar and administrator. Ladies and gentlemen, a resounding applause for Dr. SF Kuku. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, from all sectors of the health sector, all areas of the health sector, in particular, Dr. Olugbile, who I don't know whether he missed the road or the road missed him, because he's proven to be even as expert in writing as he's an expert in psychiatry. And I have known him, I knew him as a psychiatrist, and I knew him as a first-class psychiatrist. And he was one of the people who built Eco Hospital Psychiatric Unit before he moved to greener pastures. And but that is a man who is restless. That wasn't enough for him. And he keeps writing and pointing out a lot of important things, and we thank God for him. This book by Dr. Olugbele with cooperation of BusinessDay, like he said, is not really a league table. It's not got to do with being in the Premier League. It's just an example of what has happened in the last few years. And the various hospitals have started in different ways. The St. Nicholases of this world are the forerunners, but they started as a niche hospital for the well-endowed, for the rich. Don't mind that, don't mind what I'm saying about you, but it's true. But because it was fashionable then to go to St. Nicholas. And St. Nicholas didn't need to do much because the general hospitals and the teaching hospitals were doing well. They were doing so they could have that elitist look. But then problems started when the teaching hospitals started going down. And St. Nicholas had to up their game. And then some tsunami also occurred. And great teachers and so on moved into the private sector in a way, in a totally different way that never occurred. That is specialty practice in a hospital. And built probably the first purpose-built hospital in Nigeria, and brought in tertiary experience into it. And so things were beginning to move in that way. And then came this very famous Eco Hospital, very, very famous. Don't mind St. Nicholas and Lagoon, don't mind them, Anyway, this started really as an offshoot of certain things that were going on at that point. The government drove away the specialists from the teaching hospitals to go set up. And many people knew that nothing was happening in teaching hospitals, and then they set up. And when this happened, some groups started, which were actually, I remember the medical consultant group, which had the surgeon and the physician and the gynecologist and all, and they practiced, and they had really no place to admit people to at that level. And at that time, St. Nicholas used to play that role. People go there, but it's not everybody really who could go to such hospitals. Anyway, then with that little push, many other people then started group practices, like Eco Hospital, but then eventually changed. One thing that people don't know about a place like Eco Hospital, which Dr. Olugbele would confirm, and I don't know what in psychiatry you call this confession and disclosures, and so I won't say too much. But when that happened, we then have people of tertiary background, like the Elebutes and co, going into practice. And therefore, not just setting up a hospital, but from the start, starting hospitals at a tertiary level. And when that occurred, you then had situations in which you had specialties in the hospitals. That is, they became a one-stop center. And St. Nicholas very quickly moved up to that level. Isn't that so? Yeah, they knew they had competition, and then before we knew, some high-rise came up and beautiful settings came up, and anyway, whatever it is. Okay, I have 20 minutes. How can a lady come and tell your Benyoja when to stop? Anyway, let me just round up that a lot of beautiful things are happening now, but the only way that we survive is the healthcare financing. Dr. Lubele mentioned it. Until health insurance becomes compulsory. Or there's another way, which I don't think will happen in Nigeria, in which a percentage of the budget, whether it is agreed upon by the parliament or not, say 5% of the budget goes into care, like the NHIS, like the NHS in England. Until that happens, everybody's going to be beating about the bush. Nobody will be able to afford what is going on. It's not possible. It's not possible. So if we want universal health care, what we need is free or third-party payments. And the first step is what has happened, that is make it compulsory. It took political will for that to be signed a few years ago. When it was started, Abacha and Co. said, no way. It cannot be compulsory because God against Sharia and all kinds of things. But now, if from this book we can learn the fact that various people have started monospecialist hospitals, multiple specialty hospitals, but realize that the only way to fund it, all these beautiful Harvard Medical School, UCH in England, they all depend on NHIS funding or health insurance funding. If we can surmount that, then everybody, the hospitals will thrive. But for as long as we are getting 70-80% people paying out of pocket, in fact, if you say 70-80%, I think it's even low, because I don't think third-party payments cover more than 2 or 3% of the population. So I would advise the new hospitals who have put some to please just hang on there. As long as we can push that health insurance or a different payment system where somebody else pays, something good will happen. And I'm very proud of what's going on in Nigeria. And Dr. Lubele, once more, fantastic work. And keep on writing. You may make more money from that than medicals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please let's make the applause louder. If we're clapping, we can do it better. Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to welcome the next doctor to give the goodwill message. Please note that we have just about 2 minutes for that. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage the Special Advisor to the Governor on Health, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi. A round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. I'll stand on the existing protocol that was established. I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad I was invited, even though it was only yesterday. And I actually was supposed to have left about 30 minutes ago, but I sent a message because I just got interested in it's like, I'd like to read this book. I can't wait to read it, especially when it's coming from somebody who's actually worked in government for so long. So that perspective will be very, very interesting. But as you were talking, I did take some notes. You know, from the part of government, if you look at Mr. Governor's Themes Plus agenda, the whole idea of health is to ensure that the people get affordable, accessible, quality health. And we know as a government, especially in this health sector, that we cannot do it alone. It's not even possible, any way you look at it. But the ideas are good. But it is about money. Health is business. It's not, when you say it's not all about money, yes, it's a compassionate job. You can do some things for freebie, even though lawyers don't do anything for freebie, but doctors and nurses is freebie. But without money, you can't do anything, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's paying people welfare and good salaries and all that. And we recognize that in government. And that is why Mr. Governor does a lot of PPP, that's public-private partnership, because we cannot do it alone. Look at Lassuth alone. Lassuth is our only tertiary hospital. And I'm not just saying that because Professor Fabanwo is here, who's doing a fantastic job as a CMD. But if you go there, you see that we have a lot of PPP. We have a lot of diagnostic things that would not ordinarily have afforded by government alone, because there's a limit. And Lagos, and I can only speak about Lagos, and I know this is Nigeria as a whole. But if you even look at Lagos, that everybody looks up to that, if Lagos does this, and we are a center of excellence, and that when we cough, people sneeze, they copy us, all the partners come, and it is true, all the international partners, anytime they want to pick states, they will always pick Lagos. But why? The smallest state is so densely populated, so many people coming in, people, just pulling here and there and all that. Her farmer is here. 60% of our patients actually go to private practice. And I can tell you that Pharma, as an agency that gives accreditation to hospitals, cannot go to every single hospital. Not only do we not have resources, but we have so many hospitals. So many. And there's so many small ones as well. And they're all general hospitals. They're all, want to say like, I don't want to, now that you're streaming it, I have to be careful with my words. But they're not practicing correctly, properly, and we always rely on the public to tell us so that we can go there, shut them down if they do not have accreditation, or ensure that they have all the things that they have. I'm saying that because these frontline health facilities, yes, they're probably big, they're the ones people know, they're the ones people go to, they're the ones that kind of like have it, but they also have to have a certain type of standard that government wants, and that's basically that it's not just general hospitals we want specialists, and you've mentioned it. That's why I said you're in government and you know what the issue is. Specialized care is what is lacking in Nigeria as a whole. Otherwise, why should people come from the north to come to Marcel Ruth Cancer Center, all the way from Kano, all the way from Kaduna, and they pass all those states to come down south to Lagos, because Lagos is the one that has them. And so we as a government, when I say PPP, we're trying to, all the people coming, and by the way, there are lots of doctors coming back, just coming back to say, I want to set up, I want to do this, I want to do that. They come to us, they come to the office. And the problem we have also is that, is the environment conducive for them? Lights and all the things that you've mentioned. So it's not an enabling environment as such. So they stick to hospitals that are already established, and then they come in there, they do their work, and then they go back. And that hence comes Medipack that you talked about, that we did the groundbreaking a few days ago. That's the whole idea of having this, not only a hospital, but also units where people can actually have their practice. And so it becomes a whole new community, a health community for people to, and it's a dear project to Mr. Governor, who really wants to, even if it's the phase 1 that is started, and we have a lot of investors. You talked about health insurance. It is mandatory. It's an executive order now. We are looking at how we're going to enforce it. All the public servants, civil servants, now get the money deducted from their salary, and they've been doing that for a while, actually, not just now. But how are we going to enforce it? We have so many programs. Everybody likes freebie in Nigeria, in Lagos especially. Anything free, they come, but somebody's paying for that free. So one of the things in Lagos State is that if you're not even registered with LASRA, you're not even going to get access to anything that we're doing. And if now we're going to go into, if you do not have insurance, you're not even going to get it. It doesn't matter whether you have private insurance, it doesn't affect that, but you do. It is compulsory in Lagos. So if any of you do not have Alafia Eco, it's not Alafia Eco, sorry, Ilere Eco. Alafia Eco was a program we did where we gave everything basically free. But if you do not have Ilere Eco, there's some things you're just not going to be able to do. There's some things you will probably not be able to buy land. You probably will not be able to get building permission on certain things. So we have our ways of ensuring that everybody has Ilere Eco. And if you're employing people, it's actually good for you to give them health insurance. That's free health insurance for them, but you have to pay for it. And that way we make sure that everybody has insurance, which is very, very important to get universal health coverage. We talked about, I want to go back to LASUTH as well. You were talking about if you have a lot of human resources and people that can do the work, but you do not have the traffic, LASUTH has the traffic. In fact, they do a lot of groundbreaking, and I'm not going to Rob, I don't know if Professor Farmer was going to talk, but I'm sure he's going to want to tell you about what he's doing in LASUTH, which he always proudly does. Regarding, I just want to pick one more thing, regarding population census, actually UNICEF, you're very right, UNICEF is actually, let me say, it's a joint, it's a fund, because we're paying as well and they're paying. We're actually e-registering births. Right now, we have 450,000 new babies registered so far. The target is 600,000. Now, that came from the National Population Census. And we're trying to encourage the traditional birth attendants that when you deliver, because they're still going there, but so we have a dialogue with them. Just come to the hospital and we'll register, and it's e-registration. So as soon as people are born, whether it's Island Maternity or whatever, they are registered electronically. And that way we're trying to see how we can count. And it started about maybe less than a month ago. We have 450 already registered E. Data is very, very difficult, as Dr. Lubile has already mentioned. But I'm not going to talk for too long, but I'm really, really interested in reading this. Yes, it's 2024. Maybe there's a frontline health facility in Nigeria in 2024, because I can tell you for nothing, by 2025, I'm sure there'll be more. And you're right, we're not going to look at it as, oh, this is the best, that one is the best, that one is not the best. It will be a very interesting read. I hope I can get some insight into some things I never even knew, so that we can actually make policy. So when we're in cabinet, it's something I can bring up to Mr. Governor and say, actually, there's this, and of course he knows you. So it's a credible, and of course BusinessDay, credible sources, very, very important to know who wrote it. Are they biased? Are they not biased? And all that. So thank you so much for that. I'm looking forward to reading it, and I'm sure I'm going to be in touch with you to ask some things. I will also tell the Commissioner, Professor Bayomi, to read it as well, since we're both there in Cabinet. So apart from all that, congratulations on this BusinessDay, and Dr. Lubile, really, really good. It's about time. We are moving. Things are improving. We have to go and defend our budget. That is not even enough, but we are going to defend it and get as much money as we can. And we'll continue partnering with all the private sector people here, because without private sector, trust me, our people will not be able to get the best care that is possible. And once again, I do recognize that health is a business. And I think when we look at it that way, we know we have to make money. And people will only go to places that are good, that people have told them are good. And it includes customer service. And that is something that money doesn't buy. Because if you go somewhere and the customer service is crap, you're not going to go back there again. And people complain a lot about hospitals. We're doing a lot of training on that in public hospitals. So that people can come to our facilities. We're doing a lot of infrastructure. Most of our hospitals are not purpose-built. They're either old secretariats of local governments, and then they handed it over to us, and then it became hospitals. So sometimes when you go there, there's even no processing. You go from ER to this place to this. So it's not convenient. It's not patient-centered. It's not patient-focused enough. And that is where we're changing a lot of things. So well done for this. We'll read it, and we'll be in touch. Congratulations to BusinessDay, and congratulations to you, Dr. Lubile. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we can have another round of applause for her. Thank you. All right, and to deliver the final goodwill message, please let's welcome the Chief Medical Director of Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Professor Adetokunbo O. Fabanwo. A round of applause. Let's make the applause louder. Thank you very much.
Good girl. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to be nice to stand on protocol, but to be the height of disrespect not to acknowledge our Egbon. As a proper Ijebu boy, I must acknowledge the Ogbeni Oja of Ijebu land, Dr. Sonny Kuku. I'd like to greet all of you. I'd like to say that this is an epoch-making event. Dr. Olugbile, Femi Olugbile, and I have a lot in common. We've come a long way, as far back as 59 years ago. Small schoolboys in Government College Ibadan. And I'd like to tell a little story about writing, which you will find very amusing. Sometime, I think in 1969 or so, we dared each other about who could write better. And we challenged each other to write pieces. And we showed it to a senior of ours to assess, because at that time, he wrote very well. We all knew that he was excellent with the English language and he wrote very well. But I also believed that I wrote very well as well. So we challenged each other. And the senior cleverly delivered a verdict of no victor, no vanquished. Your pieces are both good. That was what he said. So I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogo of BusinessDay for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms about what we do. I'd like to say that the perspective of high-quality medical care coming up in the private sector is good, is excellent, is a welcome development. But my own position is that the public facilities must not be ignored. Because the public facilities will still be able to offer advanced services to the citizens at affordable cost. In Lassuth, what our strategy had always been to partner with high net worth individuals and corporate organizations to have public-private partnerships. And in those PPP agreements, we insist that the costing or the determination of fees to the patients must be in accordance with the philosophy of public health institution. They must be affordable. So quite a number of them end up giving us long years of tenureship for the PPPs, which is okay, for as long as we can keep the cost affordable to the citizens. So, like Dr. Oguyemi said, I also look forward to reading the complete document. I'm sure it will be a very exciting read. I wish all of us a very exciting afternoon or morning. And Femi, I wish you well now and always. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. Now we're going to be moving to the unveiling and presentation of the report, but just before we go into that, I'd like to recognize the presence of the Director of Nursing Services in Lagos State, Mrs. Akinrefon Shonibare. A round of applause. You're most welcome, ma'am. All right, to do the unveiling of the report for us, I have the honor to welcome Dr. Sonny Folarunsho Kuku to please unveil the report and also say a few words. Sonny, okay. Dr. Sonny Folarunsho Kuku to do the unveiling and also say a few words regarding the report, after which every distinguished guest on the high table would also come forward to take pictures. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, all right, please, ladies and gentlemen, let's come forward. Yes, sir.
I was going to do that.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my pleasure and an honor for me to unveil this book, which in the end is going to start the beginning of health care, quality health care. Because after some time, we hope that people are going to be struggling to get into this kind of book. And competition begets excellence. So on behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book and recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere as a compliment. Thank you very much. I will do the needful because nothing comes for nothing. I shall go to the Oja and meet all the market women to come and contribute to this. But I'm sure that it's going to be worth every penny we spend. And we'll take a number of books to spread around so people can start understanding how these hospitals start and what they're about. Thank you very much. You see, Mrs. Oguyemi is here, and she works for Lagos State FIRS. Oh, sorry, no, she's special advisor. They are spies. This is Lagos State people. How much is the budget? 10 trillion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Taxi. Every year I get this video.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause, please. Thank you. Please let's note that copies of the book are available for sale. A copy is just 17,500 naira. So if you are interested in getting the book, please, you will be able to get it immediately. 17,500 naira per copy. Thank you. We will now be moving into the panel session, and we're going to be discussing the journey to world-class healthcare and universal healthcare in Nigeria. The question today is, are we on course? And of course, I have the honor to introduce our panelists. The first panelist here, please welcome the Managing Director of St. Nicholas Hospital, Dr. Dakpo Majekodumi. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We also have, to join him, the CEO of Marcel Ruth Cancer Center and Specialist Hospital, Dr. Modukbe Elebute Odunsin. A round of applause. Thank you. And of course, on the panel session, we also have the Director of NSIA Luth Cancer Center, Dr. Lillian Ekpo. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And to moderate this panel, we have the Senior Health Correspondent at BusinessDay, Mrs. Temitayo Oladehinde. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please, we can make the applause louder than that. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much for showing up today. These are very, very busy CEOs and heads of healthcare in Nigeria. And I mean, having them in the same room this morning is something we do not take for granted. But for this panel session, and for me, it really brings to light something very crucial. We are talking about journey to world-class healthcare and journey to world-class healthcare, leveraging UHC. And then again, we are talking about, are we on course? The first answer on my mind is, with these people on the panel, we are on course. But on a whole, looking at it holistically, are we really on course in Nigeria? So that question will first go to Mrs. Lillian Ekpo. She is the director of the NSIA Luth Cancer Center, one of the epoch-making hospitals currently in Lagos that is helping with cancer care in the country. What do you think, Ma? Do you think we're on course?
Thank you very much for that question. It's a pleasure to be here at this kind of forum where we're discussing the advancements that have come with healthcare recently in the country, which Dr. Lubile has so, very accurately chronicled. So I would say, to answer the question, I would say yes, we are close. We are making progress. I won't say we're close, we're making progress. And the progress we've made is on the supply side. And by that I mean, we have all these facilities. We have the equipment coming in. We have cancer centers springing up. I mean, on the panel, you already have CEOs of 2 cancer centers. 5-10 years ago, you wouldn't even find any functional cancer center. Now, that story is a tale of the past. But on the demand side, which is, can people pay for these services? Exactly. That's where the problem is. So that's where the gap is, and that's what we need to close. So in that area, we are not close. And it's a combination of the two: the equipment, the resources, the people to, because machines don't run themselves. You need the technical expertise. We all are familiar with the JACPA syndrome, and what Lagos State government is doing a great job with the JACPA. They're getting more people to come back, to bring in their expertise and stuff to help the system. But the main thing is getting that coverage. And it's fantastic that Lagos State government is, taking the lead, as they always do in a number of things in the country, with Ilera Eco, to see what can we do as regards, the payer aspect for healthcare. Because somebody always has to pay. There's no system anywhere in the world that it is entirely free. There's somebody that's paying. It's either government or the end user of the healthcare service itself.
Thank you, Dr. Lillian. Now, Dr. Majekodumi, so we are talking of world-class healthcare provision. So I'm imagining I will be getting the quality of what I get in New York or in UK, in Nigeria. But when you talk of that world-class healthcare provision, does it really go along with universal healthcare? Does everyone get to access it really when we are really talking about world-class healthcare?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, but no, I'm not thanking you for inviting me here because I'm not, it's another thing is new to me. World-class healthcare. Yes, I don't see why you can't have world-class healthcare at a lower level. Lower, when I say lower, I don't mean lower people, I mean lower quality, lower level of medical care. So it's primary healthcare, secondary healthcare, tertiary healthcare, quaternary healthcare. So you can have world-class healthcare at the primary level as well. It doesn't mean, but I think as some of the other speakers have said earlier on, is funding. I think that's the major problem we have. How do you pay for healthcare? Healthcare is expensive. And to me, I think actually what we should try and look at as well is preventing people from having to go to tertiary level, catching things early. Prevention, I think, is better than cure. So if we can do, it's cheaper. If we can do more healthcare centers, in the system which where I trained, you have your GP. So everybody goes to a GP, and the GP refers you to a specialist. But I find that here, I have people calling me and say, I want to see a pediatric, I don't know, and yes. How do you know that's who you want to see? So you should go to the first level, to build, 3 levels or however many levels of it of healthcare, and have the same quality at each level. And I think that's another thing that maybe we should concentrate. I think Lagos State is doing that, where you're having quality standards. Some hospitals here have COSASA, some have JCI. We also have Safe Care. So all the primary all the millions of hospitals should have a standard they have to keep up to. We're too emotional. I mean, we have some horror stories of people who come to the hospital and they've been completely messed up by somebody. But that's it. You don't know, nothing happens. It's just the end of that. And so there should be some level of oversight, which will come from the government to make sure people are getting. So yes, you will have quality healthcare at each level of care.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Now to Dr. Elebute Odusi of Marcel Root. I really want to ask you, from your experience as a strong private sector player in the healthcare sector, what more do you think the private sector can be doing, and how can the government support you to really drive the quality of healthcare that we desire?
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for having me, and to Dr. Olugbele and Mrs. Olugbele, because behind every successful man, fantastic work. We're very, very, very impressed and looking forward to turning the pages. First of all, I would like to just say that, this is about healthcare in Nigeria, right? This is not just healthcare in Lagos. I know we all think about Lagos. And I will say, and I'm going to that even for me, until very recently, I only thought about healthcare in Lagos or in the urban, or Abuja, for example, or in the urban cities. Now, very recently, I have had the privilege of sitting on 2 national committees for health, one on cancer control for the whole country, together with WHO and IAEA. And recently, I had the opportunity to travel around the country with the WHO IAEA group. I mean, honestly, my eyes have really seriously opened to what healthcare is like in the country. Once you leave the cities, it's a totally different picture altogether. Some, as you would expect, but some actually in tertiary hospitals that we all know well, and you'd expect things to be running very well, but you go there and, for example, the pharmacy has no drugs. In big teaching hospitals, and patients are having to go and buy drugs from across the road from a pharmacy who's maybe not regulated, I'm not even sure. And obviously in my world, chemotherapy drugs are supposed to go through a particular cold chain, and we don't know whether it's been through that cold chain, and we're giving this drug to patients.
But on the other side, I also saw some remarkable places, like I think what Dr. Olugbele was trying to highlight, and I'm sure has highlighted in his book, some federal medical centers. You know, we went to Ibadan, Sokoto, around Abuja, Lagos, across, and honestly, you'll be surprised what you see in some of these places. And I think we need to sort of also pay our respects to those institutions, because as we all know, there is no ease of doing business in Nigeria. That's the bottom line. Whether from the supply side or the demand side, I'm not a business person in that way. I've learned a lot since we came back to set up Master Ruth 4 or 5 years ago. But I will say that it's been extremely, extremely exciting. It's been really tough. I've learned a lot. I've been through a lot. But in these 4 years, to have been able to see close to 6,000 patients coming from across the country, and now coming from West African countries, to Master Ruth, now being able to participate, having been given accreditation to run a residency program in oncology, as well as other specialties. You know, this is where things can happen, things can move, and I think we are all in a very interesting position right now to really drive healthcare forward, not just in Lagos, but I think throughout the country, to be honest. And I do think that specialty-driven medicine, which is what is happening across the world, and which has come to Lagos in different ways, as fully funded by ourselves. Not an easy task, but we've done it and we're doing it. Some through PPPs, and some government, and the governments are moving in lots of different directions. But I think, honestly, where healthcare was, and all credit to Ogbeni Oja, to people like my late father and late Dr. Maja Kujumi and so on. When they started this sort of project, nobody believed that they were actually going to be sustainable. But actually, most of them have grown. Nicholas was on Lagoon, and them on 5, 6 different sites now. I'm hoping and praying that, yes, we need the funds, that's for sure. There's lots of discussions about national health coverage. And I think somebody alluded to Rwanda. But I wanted to explain, because we were actually in Rwanda last week, or so. We went to the Ministers of Health Summit, which was really exciting. I mean, it's across Africa. There were 15 or so ministers for health, or their deputies at this meeting. It was incredible, saying what we're saying. But the population size Nigeria is in a different place from all these places. They have 9 million people in their countries. But and people will say Rwanda is covered by universal health coverage. Actually, the people know, and also the payments, they pay $3 a year. That's all they pay. So although they're saying is universal health coverage, the people only have to pay $3. But the country, because the president has the commitment to ensure that people get access to care. That's what it is. It's the political will and driving it from either taxation or from other opportunities from government to say that, you know, for every patient having this treatment, we're going to contribute this amount of money. That's the only way that it's going to be done. You can't say you're going to wait until people can afford to pay the amount of money that they need to pay in insurance, because most people can't afford it anyway. So it has to be the political will to help healthcare be sustainable. Amazing healthcare has come to Nigeria in lots of states in the country. There's the spinal center in the east. There is the neurosurgical center in Imo. There are all sorts of incredible people who have come back to do this. My plea is that the government does look at this book, use it to, even if that's the beginning of it, because most of us are struggling. I mean, I'm not going to, you know, our electricity bill went from 3 to 5 million every month one day to 13 to 17 million the next day. We cannot pass those costs to our patients. So the support is going to be needed. But I do think that we're in a very, very exciting place, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insight, Dr. Elebute Odisi. Thank you. In closing, Dr. Lillian Epo, what would be your closing remark? You know, one of the things highlighted in the book is that many of the fantastic modern healthcare hospitals we have in Nigeria are clustered in cities. Yes, this clustering, I know NSIA is trying to decluster. Some 6 cancer centers are expected. How is this going, and what should we expect in closing?
Thank you. So yes, let me just clarify. The 6 cancer centers in the different geopolitical zones is a Federal Ministry of Health project. It's been specially project managed by the NSIA, since we have demonstrated with the Cancer Center in Lagos, successfully demonstrated a proof of concept. So that project is actually a Federal Ministry of Health project. The NSIA on its own will, through its healthcare arm, MedServ, is going to roll out 2 additional cancer centers, in addition to the one in Lagos. So all of that is going well. We've done groundbreaking on a number of locations. We've looked at floor plans. All of that is being rolled out well. We're currently, equipment procuring is ongoing, training of staff is ongoing, and like Dr. Elebute Odisi has said, very exciting times. We all know the statistics as regards cancer, and, generally, globally, incidence of cancer is on the rise. It's going to be worse in LMICs. Incidence will double by 2050. And I love to say this is one time the Nigerian government is putting its money where its mouth is. And they're actually committing to increasing the infrastructure, increasing the, personnel training and all of that funding to actually tackle this problem head on. So yes, Dr. Liberty had mentioned political will. Yeah, there's still a lot to be done. It's like when you have a system that had decayed for so long, even when you are making progress, it looks like you're standing on one spot. And Nigerians actually do love to self-flagellate. I say Nigerians because I'm a Nigerian myself. We love to look at our system and we say what doesn't work in every single way. How terrible this is, how terrible that is. But I always love, in any time, any forum where I'm given the opportunity to speak about Nigerian healthcare, I like us to take a moment and think and say, like Professor Elebute Odisi has said, look at all the advancements in neurosurgery hospitals, all those things. You go to the UK, I've had someone who was chatting with an old school friend who said, she wanted to do a scan. She had heavy bleeding. I think in Nigeria, at some point, she'd been told she had fibroids many years ago, and then recently was saying, she needed to do another scan because the bleeding was really bad and was affecting her, lifestyle and well-being. And she said, she was waiting for a while. And I didn't know where she was when I was having this conversation because she lives in Nigeria. So I said, if you're waiting for a scan, you can't be in Nigeria. You must be in the UK if you're waiting for a scan. And she said, yes. I said, come home, you get a scan in 2 minutes. Why are you sitting in another man's country and you're taking forever to get a scan? So those things that you can do in Nigeria, I've had, I think it was early this year, I think it was late last year. I have a 4-year-old. When he was 3, he was playing with me. My glasses were off, and he gave me a corneal laceration. I didn't realize my cornea was lacerated. I just thought, he stuck his finger in my eye and the pain will go. But by the next day, looked in my eye, it was red, of course it was swollen and all of that. And I was chatting with a friend and I took a picture of my eye, friend in medical school, she lives in Chicago. And I said, I think my cornea has been lacerated. Jordan, that's my son, stuck his finger in my eye. She said, and I said, that happened on Friday night. And I said, it happened on, I think, Friday morning. So this is us chatting Friday night now, this my Nigerian time. And I'm saying to her, I think I need to get to an ophthalmologist. And she says, get to an ophthalmologist on a Saturday. And I say, yes, why would I get to an ophthalmologist on Saturday? I have a corneal laceration. Am I supposed to carry my eye like this till Monday morning? And she says, in Chicago, nobody is going to touch your eye. No ophthalmologist is going to be open on a Saturday morning. The most you do, you go to ER, and they give you something for the pain, and you're going to take that eye like that till Monday. And I said, you've got to be joking. I said, there are multiple ophthalmologists open today. And I went from one, I think that day rained heavily, so they were a bit late, and I was in so much pain. I said, no, this was wasting my time. I drove down to another place, and I had my eye sorted, everything that single day. So there's so many benefits in this environment that we do not realize. Yes, there are negative stories, there are things that are not working right. And that's why one of my commitments and the commitment of the NSI Youth Cancer Center is to, I always tell people when I have the chance to do, I'm a corporate storyteller. I tell the stories, success stories of treatment, of things that are done that are successful, because everybody hears the negative. Everybody hears the thing that doesn't work. The patient that wasn't, treated well and died. This that didn't happen. When they were doing the surgery and they took the light. But they don't tell all the success stories of, people that were treated in Nigeria and they got better. We don't hype ourselves. Americans hype themselves. We never hype ourselves in this country, and there's a lot of good work that's going on. And like Dr. Lebute said, it's an exciting time to be in healthcare in this country.
Thank you so much for that. Resounding close. Dr. Majekuzumi, I'm coming to you in closing. What is St. Nicholas doing in driving us towards a world-class healthcare system? I mean, you've done a lot already, but please update us.
I think we're trying to get renal transplants to be done every week, all the time. That's basically it, I think, trying to domesticate. I mean, we've been doing renal transplants now. When we were in Kigali, I said 15 years. It's actually 25 years. Yeah, so it's been going on for 25 years now. So I think we need to, but we have a doctor that comes from India, a doctor that comes from the UK, but now we have a doctor that comes from Kano. I can't remember his name now. So he comes from Kano and does the transplants. So the idea is to have it done like a regular, shouldn't be a big deal. It's something that you just do regularly. So we're also looking at other transplantation, but for now, we'll just talk about renal transplants. Thank you.
Yeah, and now to Dr. Lebute. Finally, in just 30 seconds, what's your hope about the future of healthcare in Nigeria?
I thought you were going to ask me the same question, so my brain was there. And I'm going to, let me just quickly say that, one of the things that I think we need to understand about looking after our own patients here in Nigeria is that we, on the healthcare side, we're very passionate about our patients. Having worked in the UK, in the NHS, into top teaching hospitals, seeing Nigerian patients come there, and the difference with treating patients at home, apart from the fact that they're able to be in their own homes, they're able to stay at work and have outpatient treatment and so on, we go the extra mile for our patients. And it's important to say this, just like Dr. Eko was saying, that there's all the negative, and I'm sure there was, because I wasn't here for many years, although I used to come and do some work in Lagoon over a period of time, but I was shocked when I came back to understand the mistrust in the healthcare system by our patients. It's been a real eye-opener for me. And it's not just on the side of people feeling that they can't get the right care, because as we're saying, there's been a lot of change, okay? There is change, there's definitely change, and it's not just the infrastructure. They're very well-trained doctors. I mean, Nigerian doctors everywhere in the world are phenomenally trained people, and I digressed back to that Rwanda story, but we went to visit a hospital in Kigali when we were there together as a group, and one of the things that they're doing there is that as they're improving their infrastructure, they're training. So they call it the 4x4 program. They're sending 4 doctors away, or health. So those are the ones who are going to come and head the departments when they come back. But one thing that they're doing, which I'd never thought about before, is that they're also sending 4 people in, experts in. Because what happens here is that you get these top people coming who have all the knowledge, all the expertise, all the training, but the people they're coming to work with are not really up to standard. So by this 4x4, the 4 people go away, and whilst they're being trained, the 4 people are here to train the rest of the cadre of the team. How phenomenal is that going to be when that person comes back and starts to run that place, okay? But we go the extra mile for our patients. I'm going to say this so many times, and I'm going to illustrate it with one thing. For example, radiotherapy is only delivered Monday to Friday anywhere in the world, okay? But we have had a number of patients, and particularly prostate cancer patients, where they're having cord compression, imminent cord compression, where they will be paralyzed, arriving to us from
wherever it was, on a Friday afternoon or what, my team will come in and treat them on Saturday and Sunday. They don't ask for an extra because there are people, right? We see that, oh my gosh, this guy, we cannot afford for them to be paralyzed. So the winds have changed, is the point I want to make here. We have got the expertise now, and we're training. Those of us in the field, we're doing so much to continue the training and capacity building. And we're trying to provide, it's not easy, the systems are not easy, but we're doing our best. And we're not perfect, but we are doing our best to try and provide international standards of care here. And we're going that extra mile for our patients. We hear it time after time. The problem we also have, though, and the reason why I'm saying this, is that the patients will come, you will have gone out of your way, you will keep that radiotherapy machine on at the weekend, you will treat them. The following weekend, they go back to England to go and check whether what you have done is right. And then, by the way, when you present your bill in Naira, which is nothing like what, for example, radiotherapy for prostate cancer is £35,000 in the UK. At our centers is the equivalent of £1,000. But they will still go and check, and then when you give them your bill, there will be long discussion about why this bill is too high. Why the bill is too high. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So please, with this forum, and I'm this pleased to Dr. Lugbele as well, in your next iteration of this, to try and educate the public about the fact that we need to have excellent standards of health. If COVID did not teach us anything, all of us in this room, is that you may not be able to get on that plane out of Muritala Mohammed, and it happened to a number of people. So please, let us applaud ourselves for the fact that good, excellent healthcare is here, coming, growing with the new Medipark and so on, and lots of places across the country. But please let the population respect that, and also respect the fact that those of us who are delivering the healthcare are delivering it at a cost. There's a business of doing healthcare, and we're not going to survive if we don't actually get paid for the work that we're doing.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you to all our panelists. It's been wonderful having you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please another round of applause for our guests and our panelists. That was really groundbreaking and insightful. If you'd like to purchase a copy of the report, you can find the details on the screen. A copy costs 17,500 Naira. And of course, you can transfer to any of the account details that are there. But please, do we have anybody with any questions? Say questions for the panelists. Does anybody have a question for any of our panelists, very quickly? Or questions, okay. Or questions on how to purchase as well, but we have a question and we'll take that very quickly. All right, but before we take that question, does anybody have questions on how to purchase a copy of the book? In case you would like, to reach out to a member of the team, this is his phone number, 081-2024-3167.
If you just take that down very quickly so that you don't forget, in case of another day, I'm going to call it again, 081-2024-3167, Mr. Shegun of Business Day, to purchase a copy. But if you'd like to do that now, the details are on the screen. Okay, the phone number is also on the screen if you'd like to also copy that from there. But I just take it again, 081-2024-3167. A copy of the frontline health facilities in Nigeria. So while we were having the panel session, we also had another guest join us, the CMD of FMC, Ebute Meta, Dr. Adedamola Dada. Please a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. He's just right at the back. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. So we're nearing the end of the event, but just before we end, very quickly, we have another important announcement about a groundbreaking book that was published also by Business Day. To do a bit of an introduction of the book, I will welcome the editor, the Sunday editor at Business Day, Mr. Zebulon, to give us a brief of the book. Please a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate your coming here this morning. But before we dash out of the room, as our compare has said, there's an important book we also need to bring to your attention. I know that health experts, they know the role laughter plays in the life of every human being. Laughter. And the economic, socio-economic and political situation in the country has brought a lot of stress on many citizens. In Business Day, we have one of the best cartoonists, Mike Asuko. I know you must have heard about that name. If you have heard about Mike Asuko, can I see your hand up, please? Mike Asuko is gifted, arguably one of the best cartoonists across the country. And he has carefully put together certain cartoons that will make you laugh, and you will relieve the stress. Whoever that is the cartoons here will have no business with hypertension. I guarantee you that. So many people have read, and they are coming to tell the good stories about what the cartoons Asuko crafted has done in their lives. And I can say you are privileged today to be in the room where we are presenting this book. These are freshly minted cartoon books. So this paperback is just going for 50,000. Paperback cartoon contains a whole lot of cartoons that will make your blood pressure to go down drastically, and you will laugh and laugh and laugh. We have a soft back that is 40,500. Please do not leave here today without a copy of either of these two books. Please, if you're interested either in looking at the books, let me come your way so that you have a look at the books before. I'm not saying pick it. If you are not ready for it, just look at the book and see what we have on the offer. Just look at it. Sorry. Okay.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Zebulon. I'm sure that once they look at the book, they would understand the need to invest in such very interesting cartoon book. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. To take the closing remarks, once again, I'm going to welcome the publisher of Business Day. Please, with a round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Frank Aibogun.
Thank you very much. We probably have overstayed our time, so there isn't any more time. I know that you have come out of very busy schedules and you need to go back. We emphasize, of course, healthcare, but we emphasize sustainable healthcare. If you are not there in the facility, a lot can go wrong, you know. So we don't want to keep you for a whole day. There isn't a need to do that anyway, and this place is a bit warmer than it should be. Let me thank all of you for coming and for associating with the brilliant work done by a brilliant psychiatrist and essayist, Dr. Femi Olubile. You will see that in reading the book, you would have ideas. Let us share your ideas with us or share them with Dr. Olubile, so that as we prepare for the next edition, we would have more information, more perspectives to introduce or infuse into the book. But I hope you've had a great time. Ultimate desire is to engage more closely with the medical healthcare services sector, to be able to understand what the needs are and how, as a media company, we can help to push the same objectives for Nigeria. Once again, distinguished doctors, professors, ladies and gentlemen, chief medical directors of health facilities, we are profoundly grateful for your ability to join us today. I wish you a wonderful Christmas and a great New Year. God bless you all, and bye-bye.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day television.